good, and we're gonna get through it. So I'm
We
alive,
definitely,
brother.
we definitely will. We definitely will get through
Everything
it, man.
is temporary.
Everything. Everybody that's out there that's listening. Everybody that is tuned in right now to Living Split Screen. Hopefully my mic's not peaking as hard as it was before. I'm actually going to test that here in a second. Pong, if you end up hearing anything, don't worry. They won't hear it live. I'm going to mute myself so I can tune in. But I did notice that my voice is peaking again. I'm trying to adjust things, try to get used to my voice, limit things. I did fix it on my other layout for when I do streams and stuff like that. Completely different mic setup and everything, kind of built it from the ground up, where it's not the same here. I'm kind of dealing with two different audio things. So let me know how it sounds in there, chat. I mean, we did sound good, audio levels between me and Pong last week. So that was ideal and perfect. But other than that, yeah, man, I just be going up and down in my voice all the goddamn time. So, but ladies and gentlemen, first off, if you're coming over from the GCP Gaming Circle podcast, welcome to Living Split Screen. We are the Saturday morning brothers of the Gaming Circle podcast. They unfortunately did cancel today, but continue to show them brothers some love. They do good work over there. A lot of great conversations to be had, and that's the main thing for us. They gave us some shout outs this morning. That's always a beautiful thing to see because, again, there's always breadth to have not only friendly competition, but I don't even see it as competition. I just see it as different people getting together on a Saturday morning, no matter how people look at it. Again, there's 2 to 3 billion gamers out here. I'm not concerned about the 2 to 3,000 people that people say are only just in our community. I want to try to get all of our voices out there. So that's definitely the main point. Decado also came in here dropping off some mean. When I say mean, I mean mean bags of coal. Not only did he drop the some good old splitter hype train in there, but he also came through. I'll let Pong jump into that as he does it excellently. But he did drop in the 10 bags of bones and said, the first descendant in this is S tier. Gotta send you a clip. You definitely got to, Decado. She's lightning, bro. When I saw that from the first descendant and I saw that she was lightning based, I was like, they're trying to get me back. That's what this is. First is Bunny. Now you got Ennis. I want to see what her abilities, how she actually plays. She is looking good. Maybe we can have some more of those conversations this week with the looks of characters. But yeah, man, I think shout out to the first descendant, still doing their thing, rocking out. And I definitely got to get back in there at some point, man. Damn. But yeah, beautiful people, welcome to Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform that's talking about everything going on within the gaming universe. Sometimes we miss some things, and sometimes we just let the chat drive our conversation, but nonetheless, we come here for that RTS view. That's real-time strategy where we pull ourselves out of the world. We look at the darker crevices of our map. That means the resources, different conversations that are being had, and we bring them right here to Living Split Screen to not only build up our own foundation for the chat, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. So, greatly appreciate everybody for tuning in. And not only that, but this is also the home of that ECP, that educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We are two dudes. We got plenty of gaming knowledge behind us, plenty of gaming experience, especially behind us. And, a lot of professional knowledge as well, man, whether it's work related or not. We just like to play armchair CEOs sometimes, sit here and knock our brains together and figure out what is happening within the gaming industry because PlayStation is failing us. They are. And look, I know a lot of people don't want to get into it and say, oh man, it's all about Xbox. They got all the money in the world. You should be focused on them because they shouldn't be having the issues that they have with the amount of money that they've spent and they got on hand. And I'm here to tell you, why is Sony, as a gaming company who has been in this business for quite some time, who is a hardware-facing company, struggling to sell software? Not only are they struggling to sell software, when I say struggle, I mean that said single player games are not enough. Matter of fact, the homeboy, the homie, the confidant, Hiroki Totoki has said that himself, and now we had Shuhei, good old Yoshida himself, come out and say, you guys better be buying those remakes and remasters because that's what PlayStation needs to support their future ventures, especially after you spend 2, 3, 6 years creating live service styled games and them not releasing. Factions is always going to be the number one hitter on my list as far as issues that I have with Sony. It will continue to be. But Spider-Man multiplayer has been canceled. People are blaming Jim Ryan for this. Oh, we're finally finding out what Jim Ryan was really doing. Jim Ryan was the problem. I think that Jim Ryan actually had the answers. We just didn't see enough commitment from Sony to really step into this foray. Because who would have had a problem with a Spider-Man multiplayer? Huh?
He'll start therapy early this morning.
Who would have had an issue with Spider-Man multiplayer? God of War multiplayer? Look, no, I agree. Nobody was asking for that, but it could have been good. Horizon multiplayer? You got Light of Mortimer out of here taking your cookies, creating a whole survival game out of an IP that you had right in your hands, and you had good old Herman Hulst. Like, I love Horizon. Give it to Lego. We'll give it to Nintendo. Hey, the second game, good old Shuhei Yoshida said that, damn, I really thought the second game was going to do better than the first game. It's unfortunate, but we'll get into a lot of that.
Thank you everybody for joining us for another great episode of Living Split Screen. What a wonderful Saturday morning. All the topics are done. We're out of here. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna get it out of here now. No, we're just ramping it up. And Crow, maybe Concord could have been decent with some Sony characters. I don't think it would have made a difference. But nonetheless, we're right here on Living Split Screen. This is what we do here, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully y'all are ready to bring some heat today as well. Because I think, you know who they should have fired, got rid of, walked out the door, gave a donut to, gave a cookie to, whatever? It should have been Herman Hulst. I think Herman Hulst is the problem. A matter of fact, if I was at Sony right now, I would offer a trade. Give me Jim Ryan and let's get rid of Herman Hulst. He thought Concord was Star Wars.
I'll get rid of both of them and bring back Shuhei.
Or move Shuhei back up, because apparently anything that Shuhei's behind, because he got behind Stellar Blade, ladies and gentlemen, and y'all like Stellar Blade. PlayStation community said they really loved. I like Stellar Blade too. I like what I've seen. I can't wait to play it. Matter of fact, there's a knockoff version of it coming out that is being made by the indie studio that is also based out of Korea that I might even give a shot, just because I'm petty like that. But and that one's coming to Steam, it's coming to PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. I gotta get the name of that one. I think I shared it. Or I bookmarked it. I'll get the name of that one so I can share it with you guys. But it got a good looking character. It's got a good looking character in there. Some of the movement stuff is kind of off for me, so I was like, I might not. Got enough on my plate as is. But enough of me. I've been talking. As you guys can see, I'm ramped up. I'm wild. I'm ready to go. I'm rearing. But I want to sit back, share the stream out, top it up with you guys in chat, at least say hello, and also pass it off to my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Man that is not Cyclops, and he's still working on Jean Grey. My brother from another, the one and only, my confidant, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? How are you feeling? And are you ready to go today, man?
I am, in fact, still. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention aboard the Splitters Hype Train. Welcome aboard, anybody new to the building. We're about to get started here. Actually, we got started. So go ahead and hop on one of those last cars, because there's been 2 new cars added to the Splitters Hype Train this morning, to the one and only Decado, who came through with an early morning 10 bomb. That's right. He got out of the court with the easy windmill dunk. Gotta love Decado, man.
What's up,
man.
Decado?
He got us up to a nice starting speed, which is normally Mach 2.0. We're just at a nice Mach 3.0 this morning. 10 new splitters aboard, keeping us ad-free in 2025.
Ooh.
Hashtag no beans, even though your goal remains 69 no matter what, to keep us ad-free around here. You know we love that number. You guys love that number. Thank you so much, Takato, for dropping those bags of coal off this morning. And choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. And anybody new here, this is all riff. This is all riff on that, the people who really do that stuff during their show and really mean it, that they need to be supported in a certain manner. Shout out to them. But no, it's never expected, but always appreciated around here. Thank you so much, Takato, for getting us started. Yeah, no, great Saturday morning. Steele, great to be back. Therapy session is open, folks. As we, Steele and I have always talked about, these shows are sometimes our way of getting things out in real life. Just like video games are escape, podcasting is an escape, and we get out some of our emotions. Been a wild week for me. If you guys listen to PM and the PM, you would have heard me come in firing on all cylinders. I started the week getting sick, which was unexpected, which screwed up everything, my whole entire schedule this week, and continues to do so. And then I had dryer bombed out.
I heard about that. Your dryer bugged out?
Yep. Completely. And there was none available, so I gotta wait until next week. So, yeah, so they're gonna be back next week. We gotta figure that out too. So this is always good stuff, man. But don't matter, man. It don't matter. What matters is that we got video games. Even though I haven't felt like playing them this week because I've been sick, I did jump into some last weekend. We'll talk about that a little bit. But that matters, that we got video games to escape some of this shit from, and also the fact that these shows have news this week, Steele. A lot of freaking news this week, brother. A lot of good shit, a lot of nuggets, a lot of stuff that I think people are missing on because, well, even though a lot of it's PlayStation this week, right? There's a lot of fascinating, interesting things to come out of it that you would think that some of the other shows, the dark alleys that claim that they only talk about Xbox all the time because PlayStation doesn't make news, are simply just avoiding yet again. And acting like there isn't some really, again, it's not about bashing, although there's certainly some obviously mismanagement going on, as we're going to talk about here. But there's some really cool stuff from Shuhei that came out, that, high level stuff looking into the future. And now with the Games as a Service initiative collapsing, as Steele was pointing out, seemingly, because we talked about this, Steele, way back when Jim was in question. You guys can go all the way back when Hiroki started stepping in. You can go back and hear me. You can hear Steele. You can hear a lot of us. You wouldn't have heard it in other places, but we would have said when Hiroki shows up and decisions start being made, you're going to learn about the direction of PlayStation, right? And the question was whether or not they were going to continue forward with the Games as a Service. And if Grubb is right, and this is the ripple effect from Concord, well, obviously that is an interesting conversation to have, especially for the money guys out here who seem to always like to analyze this shit, about what that actually is going to entail. And now if they can't get this initiative off the ground, where are they going to get their money from? But we're going to get into all of that, like Steele said. I think it's wild. I think it's fun. And we're going to take it as such. And so gaming wise, man.
What you been playing?
Indiana Jones. I am last weekend I told everybody I was going to get back in Indiana Jones last week, and I have. And yeah, this is Game of the Year quality stuff. I don't know if it's going to surpass Dragon's Dogma, but this has moved up into a threesome pause with Dragon's Dogma, Space Marine 2, and Indiana Jones. It is that good, Steele. I wish it had third-person mode so you'd be interested in trying it, because I think it honestly, I think the writing and the acting is so good, Steele, you would actually even find humor in it, even as not the biggest Indiana Jones fan. I think you actually would have a good time with the puzzles and exploring. I do think you would find some entertainment. I'm not saying you would be your game of the year. I'm not saying that you would. I'm just saying, as somebody who had like zero interest in the game, I think this one's good. That's the quality we're talking about here, Steele, for the most part.
I mean, it's good to hear. I like that.
I have not left the Vatican, folks. I know a lot of people have talked about this. The Vatican is a black hole that is very hard to leave, and people were forcing themselves to leave. Mav, even admitted that on shows like a month ago, that he was forcing himself to leave the Vatican. The Vatican is such a cool ass area, and supposedly, as you go into the other areas, and I've seen people play through the other areas and what you actually do wind up exploring, like they get even better. But to be in this Vatican and to go through all the side stuff, and that's basically what I'm doing at this point, is completing everything in the Vatican. A lot of people just left it. And there's reasons to do that. It's not like you're just doing it just to do it. You actually do gain adventurer points, which is how you level up your skills as you find books and stuff. So there is a reason, there is a reward for doing this stuff. But I just don't want to leave this area. I have had such a great time. The only thing I will say is that there is some produced, how do I want to say this? There is some manufactured time, time spending in these areas because.
Ooh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Brief break there. Hit a refresh if you need to. All right, I start doing stuff over here on the PC, man, and OBS says it's had enough. I might end up closing NVIDIA broadcast, see if that helps out. It's always little stuff that ends up being a problem, and it doesn't. Again, PC stuff, man, doesn't exactly tell me what's an issue, why it's an issue, but we're back in it, so we should be good to go. Apologies on that, guys. But boom.
Yeah, no. So I don't know where you guys heard me, but I was saying that there's a manufactured amount of time to the game because they do respawn the enemies in the area. So that is a system, like, I kind of understand why they do it, but I don't like it, especially in an immersive sim style game. Like, if I take out the enemies, they should be gone. Like, if there's a big enemy, or if you start a new mission that takes you, that is a main mission or something, you start something like that, and it makes sense that you're going to have some more guys show up there, that it's not just going to be cleared out because you cleared out. Okay, that's fine. I never have an issue with that. This is one of the main little gripes I have with the game and how they handled that mechanic. But other than that, again, I can't leave this area. Fahim, it's a big area. And again, when you start including the secrets, and then when you start on top of the secrets, and you're going back and forth, and it depends how you're going to run missions and whether you're going to do all the side content or not. You could fly through the main missions. Like, it's not like it's again, you're going to get some time in the Vatican, but it's not like you have to do the side missions unless you really want to, but they're so interesting and the people are so interesting. So you're crisscrossing this Vatican nonstop. And then as you're doing the main missions too, you're opening up new areas that you couldn't access before.
Okay.
So then there's secrets within those areas sometimes as well. And there's unexplored areas. And if you're like me, you guys know, and again, I've told you guys this as a gamer, right? Your 2 hours in an area, if you are just a single-minded person who just likes to get through areas, your 2 hours will be probably 6 to 8 for me, because I'm going to explore every little nook and cranny. Okay. That's just who I am. So for me, this game makes me personally want to explore. Of course, I'm taking screenshots too. Thank God they don't have a photo mode. Holy shit. I mean, I want them to have one, but thank God they don't.
You be taking crazy pictures?
Yeah, bro. The designs, the amount of detail they put into the architecture style and this kind of stuff, replicating these areas. My God, man, it's just, some of the stuff is just so beautiful. And again, I'm playing on Series X completely. I still have not fired this up on the
I was going to say, you've been
playing
playing on the box completely, right?
Yeah, I'm only playing on the box completely. So I can't imagine what it looks like on the PC.
Oh, guys, what happened? Paul's got a PC. He's been playing on Xbox. Oh,
yeah,
God,
no,
nobody does this.
I'm not PCMR yet. So
nobody does this.
but all I will say is I hope that this is not I hope, because it is launching on PS5, that this gets a second wind for 2025.
I hope so.
It is getting some major awards at like the DICE Awards and that kind of stuff. It got a lot of end of the year write-ups. It got a lot of love, brother. For when it came out, wound up getting a lot of love. I hope that continues forward. And I'm going to sound like a broken record for anybody who's listened to my talks about Indiana Jones, but I'm telling, if you are Lucas, right? If you're Lucas Games, first and foremost, right? Or Lucas Productions, whatever it is now. I forget what actually the title is now. But if you are Disney, right? And you're Lucas, you sign Troy Baker to a lifetime contract and you reboot Indiana Jones, not in the form of live action, because nobody's going to replace Harrison's face. Like, Harrison's iconic, okay? But you go and you do animation or CGIs and you start up Indiana Jones Adventures again and you start making money, because Troy Baker, literally, again, as much as I hated this selection because I don't like Troy, I think he's whatever. He annoys me. He's in everything, whatever. It's just one of those scenarios.
Yeah.
But the more I play, like the more pitch perfect this gets. And this is his first time doing Harrison Ford's voice for Indiana Jones. You have a guy who is young enough that you could reboot this franchise. Yes, not as a live action per se, but you could send Indy on untold adventures across decades with Troy Baker just voicing him. And on top of that, I love machine games. You guys know this. I love Wolfensteins, right? They're just fun. They're just pure fun. I love their games.
I like them better than that.
If Phil and Todd are not capitalizing on this, if it is true that Disney and Lucas came to them and said, hey, we love what you guys do with Indy, we want to continue this partnership. If you guys do not have machine games, just create an indie. If you need to have two separate teams at this point, do it. I think you can remake Indiana Jones with the pub that this game is getting and with how people feel about this game in general once they pick it up. I think, again, against Steele's recommendations and his thoughts on what indie still means, I think you can make indie something in current day with this combo platter of Troy Baker and machine games for gamers, and Troy Baker and whoever you find to direct animation style movies, TV series, whatever. I think you can rebuild Indiana Jones and keep like Harrison's like legacy alive. Like, I don't know how Harrison would feel about going that far with it, but I really don't care.
Yeah, it'd be kind of crazy. Because he would need to be compensated for that.
And right, his likeness, right? That's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying, you found a guy who I can't believe pulled this off, and he's only going to get better if he keeps doing it. Yeah, no, bro, it's beyond even uncanny. It's not like you play, it just goes in the background and it just is Harrison. Like, it's just like a younger version of Harrison, because we've all heard Harrison and now as older. It's just the younger version of him. Sure, if I go watch an Indiana Jones movie right now and I go back to the game, I'm sure I'll pick up on the differences that I initially heard. But over time, that all just fades, bro. And the story, again, the writing in this is pure Indiana Jones. So whoever on Machine Games, whatever team did the writing and combined that with, obviously pulling from sources and all that, it's just a phenomenal job. This game is up there, Steele, as some of the best this year or last year. And that's saying a ton, obviously. And I think this is going to go forward and more people are going to play it this year. And I can't wait, man. So I am so impressed with Indiana Jones right now and just having such a great time with it. That has been my main game. Obviously, we got some new games coming up that I'm going to try out. Eternal Strands this next week.
Yeah,
we got which everybody's forgetting about. Everybody's forgetting about.
I want to try that demo. I keep trying to tell you, I'm not usually the beta and demo dude. Once I'm sold on something, I'm kind of there day one. But there are certain games, because of what I have in my rotation right now, I do want to kind of touch on certain things. Like, I'm going to get into a couple games that I've jumped into this week as well. After Pong touches on the rest of what he's got going on. Yeah, we're in a very beautiful time in gaming. Yeah. Now, again, I 100% agree. We need to see more of these PC style demos and whatnot, betas and whatnot, closed, open alphas, whatever the case, come to console, because I do think that you'll be able to get a better gauge of what your player base may be like, what people are interested in. And I do think that future is not as far-fetched as people keep thinking that it may be. Like, I hear people continue to have conversations as if one of the major players in the industry, even considering Nintendo, is going to continuously do things so much different than they ever did before. the only answer for a lot of the cost that is currently going on in the industry is games being made very similarly to each other. Games that are scalable between platforms. That is the way that these companies start finding other ways to save money, because you don't have the issue that you had before. Again, I'll keep reiterating this. What is different between the consoles today in comparison to what has been different between them before? What is the difference in games today that there was a difference for them before? Before it made sense for there to be all these different ports and all these other things, but the lines are being blended more than ever before. Cross-play, cross-save, all these more magical things that we appreciate as the consumer. Just, if you keep telling me that things are getting more expensive than ever, if people keep telling me that single-player games cannot continue to carry the mantle moving forward, if you keep telling me that people are playing games that are 4+ years old, they're still sticking on to those free-to-play games, you have to start making these pieces of software accessible in more places. You know, I thought about this, and again, I know I'm kind of interrupting you, Pong, but I want to bring this. I want to bring this,
mood, brother.
I want to bring this thought to you and chat as well. I want to bring this to you. I thought about this because we always have the conversation of first party has a hard time. You know, it's not so easy just to port games to whatever platform, and you got to go through all these hoops. I have a question. Why is second and third party able to do this? Why is second and third party able to release on every platform? Day one, in most cases. For the games that do release on all platforms. Why are they able to do it, but first party can't? As an example. Just saying. Like if they were to release it on other platforms, why is second and third party able to do that more consistently than first party is? And again, I know one of the first answers is, it's on Xbox and PlayStation. They're completely different architectures, which again, as I mentioned, that line is being blended. But there has been consistency over the years of second and third party releasing games day and day, multi-platform, and having pretty consistent performance between the different platforms as well, right? I was just thinking about that this week, and I felt like that was interesting.
The easiest answer is because they're going to give extra TLC.
Sure, but then wouldn't you think that those games would take longer to create as well? And they seem like they're pumping them out in the same amount of time that others do.
No.
Or they got bigger teams. I'm just bringing this to the table. I'm just asking the question.
No. And I mean, the easiest answer
random thought.
Because it's first party, like third party doesn't have to worry about having their fan base in general go, our version isn't good. Like, why did you spend time on this other version when you should have spent more time on our version? Right? Mm-hmm. Yes, you have the individual platform fans that do that too. Let's just say Ubisoft or whatever. You have your individual platform fans that will point out problems, but I'm just saying you don't have like a core, your own fan base to cater to still, because you are still in the hardware space as a first party publisher that would come out and be like, why did you give them any love if you were going to put this game out and it's not good, right? So I think that just in general, that would be even a tougher pill to have everybody swallow if that were to happen. Like, I think your team being focused solely on at least the vast majority, there could be a small team that's already working on another version, but the vast majority of the team making sure that that first party title on the first party hardware is still coming out of the oven cooked, right, is more important than getting out the other platforms day and date. Now that could all change, right, Steele? Like that obviously could, and we've seen possibilities where we're going to have everything released on day one on everything. So it's possible.
And where I'm thinking about it, because I do want to clarify, because I see people like, that's like asking Sprite to be 7-Up or asking Coke to be Pepsi. That's not what I'm saying. So for example, the games that do release on PC, Xbox, PlayStation, and yes, I get from first party, Xbox has been the one to kind of traverse that, hey, we're going to release on PC kind of day and date thing, right? A lot of people haven't liked that. But there are second and third party companies who do release on the console, PC, and other devices day one, where you don't see that as frequently from first party who is moving into this direction. But we get told also that it takes time to create these ports and everything. And I was just more so coming from the perspective, and I could be completely tripping, and it could be completely off. It was just a random thought process that I had. And again, it could just be, you're talking nonsense. I may as well be. And shout out to Paris in chat. He says, not all studios have the resources and skill set available internally to easily pivot from one platform to multi-platform. And that is absolutely fair. Right? That was one of the main conclusions that I had for it. And again, hopefully I was getting my question out in a way that made sense. Paul, help me if correct me if I sounded like I was a wild madman. But it was one of those things where I was just thinking about it. I was sitting back. I was like, damn, you get more second and third parties, especially the new ones, releasing on more platforms. And then you have first party saying that they struggle to put games on PC day and date, although, like, let's use PlayStation as an example. They've obviously put their trophies and everything, put their back-end infrastructure on PC now with Ghost of Tsushima as an example, because they're making a play, right? That's their version of making their way through the back door. Yeah. Where you see Xbox, which is something I will always critique them for, right? Where it's like, not all the games released on PC day and date, but most of them do now, right? It's seeing that transition.
It's a transition. And I think, to Paris's point, I think that's why when people ask why we don't know, why Phil and company won't come out and say specifically what games are going multi-plat, because again, he explained that. He said not every studio wants to make their games multi-plat. And to Paris's point, that is a part of that whole thing, which is something that we've talked about.
That's understandable.
They're never going to come out and make that commitment, because you're going to have teams internally that just want to focus on one platform. And I don't think it is going to be at least as far as we know of right now. Now everything changes all the damn time. We know that they're going to force teams to learn how to make their games for other platforms so they can release them, whether day and date or, timed. I don't think that's going to happen right now. I think they are still going to give those teams creative freedom, especially the smaller teams. Like Paris said, the team's not equipped to do that. So, I mean, but like you said, Steele, with the PC day and date, suddenly you had teams learn how to do PC day and date and make all their games. I mean, games are developed on PC, so it makes more sense that way. I think that teams will, given the choice, if they are internally now given that choice to make their games multi-plat and potentially have those timeframes of exclusivity slimmed down to closer to day and date or day and date, I think you will see more teams jump on board and be able to do both versions at the same time, just like any other third-party publisher does. Like, obviously they just bought one of the biggest ones in the world in ABK. So, and Call of Duty, that's every year. It's on everything. So it doesn't change just because now it's Xbox first party. It doesn't matter. So I think you will start seeing some other teams internally set up that way to be able to pull that off. I just think for the most part, it is, hey, let's just focus on this one and get it out the door, much like, Bethesda did with Starfield, to get that game out the door on Xbox and PC. I just think that was a choice to focus on it and be the first party that they are now. So, but we'll see. It's an interesting conversation for sure. And we're going to see more of it down the road.
Yeah. Again, it was just a random thought process. And again, I could be completely off base with it, but it was just one of those things where we're moving further into the future. You see the companies speak about money, how impactful the industry has been and how much they're missing out, and, console sales. And you see all these numbers get thrown around. And people can try to consistently say that, games going to these different platforms devalues this, and we make less money if we do that. Although we are seeing the opposite effect, right? We had news that come out this week as well that PC is leading as far as who's buying the games, right? We've seen that consoles have stagnated again for, I want to say, the third year in a row, if not longer, and that the PC market is still growing, right? Now, it may not be a fucking substantial rate or anything like that, but it is growing. So it's just like wanting to see more games come to PC, like Stellar Blade as an example, a game that was already planned to come to PC, right? And then when Sony stepped in, they kind of took over and said, hey, we're going to make this game for us. It's going to be limited on here. And then we got the announcement for Stellar Blade coming to PC. So it's like, it's lining up, right? For me, for the companies to be having the issues that they are having and not releasing it to more consumers who, again, as a business, I would imagine you're looking into the future and everything, as you're looking down the road and saying, okay, how are consumers going to buy? That you would start setting yourself up to know that, hey, if me putting my game on Steam isn't going to devalue the people who are buying the game on PC, is not necessarily the same audience who's going to buy it on console. And even if they do have it on console, again, that could just be the difference of, yes, maybe it would have took more dev time. And again, yes, you get back into the conversation that not all teams are built to be able to handle those things. But if it was an announcement previously, there's a build for it somewhere. And I think it would have behooved Sony in this case, as an example, to maybe you would have been able to, if you would have released on PC day and date, maybe you would have sold 3 million copies. Now you probably can get 3 million copies regardless, releasing it down the line. Again, it's just I was thinking about it, was just like, man, it's just crazy seeing how first party struggles to release these games on multiple platforms and start speaking to that being something that they want to do. And you kind of see where the future is heading. And you see second and third party kind of seem to adapt easier to releasing on multi-platform. But again, they kind of have to, right? Because again, they are not under a particular publisher. That's how they make their money and everything. Some of those teams are smaller. You said the first party has a lot more money behind it a lot of the time as well. So it's just like when we're talking about the money side of things, it's like, I think you start weaving some of these things together, certain pieces of the puzzle start making a little bit more sense than others. But again, that's just kind of me thinking about it. Again, you see Honda, what is it? Honda and Honda and Nissan, or is it Honda and Toyota that are supposed to be coming together?
Honda and Nissan.
Honda and Nissan. They're coming together. And I don't think that would devalue either one of their brands. Unless they call it Honda-san or something like that. It's
there's
weird.
A reason why that's happening, because Nissan's devalued themselves. So
yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. No, 100%. But just random thought. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Random seal thought. Could be off base.
You were ready to rock and roll this morning, obviously, coming off of work. So I knew, but this is what we do anyways. For anybody new here, even if you're listening to us in the future for the first freaking time, it's what you get on Living Split Screen. This is not structured show for the most part. Sure, there's things we want to get to and talk to. We kind of have a flow, but we're willing to sidetrack at any given moment. Don't matter. So appreciate everybody joining us and sticking with us here. So again, Indiana Jones, absolute game of the year quality. Machine Games knocked this game out of the park. I saw everybody in the chat, a lot of people in the chat agreeing with me. I saw Dark saying that it felt like the movies. I saw actually some really good suggestions from people. I think maybe it was BT. Was it BT? Yeah, BT with the $5 super chat. By the way, BT coming in with a nice easy $5 finger roll for us this morning. BT Maverick. He says, after seeing the indie game, I want to see the same Machine Games with Troy Baker do a Star Wars Han Solo game with Chewbacca. Yeah, if you are Disney right now too, and this is a great thought. I think I saw somebody else also mention this. This is a great thought. To add to my point about Disney, you signed Troy Baker to a lifelong contract to do the voice of Indy, but just the voice of Harrison Ford, because yes, that includes Han Solo, and you could do animated Han Solo films or TV shows or series, whatever, and you have the perfect man to carry on that voice for anything that you want to do in that scenario. That is a great idea, BT Maverick, and I appreciate you so much, brother. It's never expected, but always appreciated around here in these parts. You know that. It would be crazy to see that. But yeah, other than that, Steel, again, me being sick earlier this week and just not feeling like gaming at all. I was watching movies. I actually got to watch Oppenheimer, which was fantastic.
Did you like it?
Yeah. Again, history guy. So didn't know like Oppenheimer's full story at all. Didn't know the complexity of the man. Didn't know what he went through after the bombs were dropped and everything else. So Nolan bringing all that to light. Again, obviously it is not an action movie. This is straight up. You got to be involved in the conversations. This is a conversational movie, but Nolan's vision is second to none in any of his movies, no matter what type of genre he's going for. And, you know, the cinematography, his eye for frames is unbelievable, man. I don't like a lot of current day film makers, but Nolan is one of my goats already. And watching this movie, I was absolutely enthralled, even being sick, finding out about Oppenheimer and finding out about his life and how this all came together. And what a time it was. Like, you can read so much, you can hear about it in school, you can, you know, read on your own so much, but having it visualized and put out there with some, you know, whether or not all of it is actual factual stuff, or whether it's implied or whatever the case may be, and you kind of mess with things a little bit here. Just the core concept of what they did to put that program together to complete the nuclear program before anybody else could. Really outstanding work from Nolan. So yeah, I had a great time watching that. I watched some old movies like LA Confidential, which is a all-time goat too. Is again, there's a big list of 10 out of 10 movies, bigger list than the 10 out of 10 movies than there are games in a lot of ways. But LA Confidential is up there as a near perfect film for me. So I rewatched that again. I hadn't seen that in quite some time. So I did go through Secret Level. Game related. I did watch the Secret Level
all
shows.
of it.
I did. Yeah,
okay.
I did. I went through all of it.
How you feel about it?
Some of them are 5 minutes. Some of them are like 15
Yeah,
minutes.
Yeah.
Big deal. Very hit or miss. Very hit or miss. But there is worthwhile stuff in there. Like there is, let me bring up the list real quick so I don't forget any. But obviously off the top, and it's going to be personal taste too. There's going to be personal things in there. Some people are going to like the Dungeons and Dragons one. I liked certain aspects of it. Okay. But outside of that, I was like, this is garbage. This is not Dungeons and Dragons. I got to call foul on this one. But anyways, Warhammer 40K Space Marine, that version. Steel, if you're gonna watch one, just watch that, bro.
I've been debating that for sure. I've been debating it.
Short, it's sweet, but it is it's pure Warhammer 40K Space Marine, man. Okay. It is flat out a great watch. Let me see. What else? Oh, Exodus. Exodus is a new game coming. If you guys remember, that's a new sci-fi game coming. Called Exodus.
They had one for that one?
Yes, they did. They did have that. And that was a really interesting one. Really cool concept of what they were coming across with. I'm not going to spoil anything, but worth the watch, I thought, to kind of give you an introduction to kind of the world in general, and kind of some of the players in that world, the factions involved. I thought they did a nice job. Oh, also Steel. Okay, yeah, now I got the list. Also Steel for you, Armored Core with Keanu Reeves.
I've been meaning to watch that too. Yeah.
Yeah. That was simply just it's so cool, man. And there was a slight twist to it too.
Okay.
But Keanu did a great job. And they did a great job animating. So I would definitely watch Armored Core. Let me see if there was anyone. The Crossfire one, like, actually was a decent, just kind of run of the mill kind of action. But, you know, Crossfire X and stuff didn't come across, but kind of as military, just like a short, sweet little film on a military operation. Crossfire wasn't bad. I actually enjoyed that one a little bit. Let me see. Outer Worlds 2 is going to be hit or miss for people. If you enjoy the comedy of Outer Worlds, you probably will get what they were doing with this from Obsidian. I appreciated it. It's not going to be like a classic that everybody has to watch. Certainly not. But I appreciated what they did with that one. Pac-Man was strange as hell, but I'm all for that when somebody really wants to go off the rails with a concept for an IP and really wants to, especially in this format. It was wild. It was wild. It was cool. I actually enjoyed the Pac-Man one too. Sifu. Sifu was another straight from the game, ripped from the game, just on screen action, nonstop. every aspect almost of the game involved in what they put there. I love the Sifu version as well too. Unreal Tournament was decent for sure too as well. But yeah, so a hit or miss on the rest of them.
Okay.
But there's some worthwhile stuff in there to be had. So yeah, no, otherwise than that, Age of Mythology, I keep rocking, man. I'm popping achievements left and right.
Okay.
I keep popping the big achievements, under 1% completed achievements now at this point, because I'm playing this game so much now at this point. So having a great time with Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology Retold is one of my favorite games from last year. Easy, hands down.
Yeah, you were bigging it up. Between that and Age 2, y'all were bigging it up. Y'all got some good time.
And we're gonna get a tease this year for the Star Wars RTS from Respawn.
I've been there. There was the rumors that are going out there, man. That's gonna be, y'all been talking about it, man.
Oh no, we knew the rumors, right? We had heard the rumors that Respawn was making this RTS, right? That had popped off. But the fact that we're going to see it this year, when is this releasing? Is this releasing end of the year? It's an RTS game. They can release it whenever. Is it going to be a 2026 game? I don't care. I am so Steel, the potential on a Star Wars RTS game is unlimited. Like for me,
if it's good,
yes,
it can get a lot of people in there.
That's what I'm saying. For me, this is up there on the levels of a StarCraft Return. If they do it well, this is up there, and we know Respawn takes it seriously. Again, it's not necessarily their genre, but they've got a lot of teams helping them on this.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking the jump in graphics from the the older Star Wars RTSs, which are still great, by the way, but just the jump in graphics, where they can take it, Steel. This is up there with the StarCraft revival. This is up there with a Halo Wars 3 being announced for me. This is right up there, just instantaneously because of the IP. If they can stick the landing, I just want to see it. But I'm already sold day one. As long as it doesn't look like complete shit, or you take it in some weird direction that I don't know what you would do with it. That is having me so hyped, because I am back in TS mode, bro.
I think they go to the direction of where you have a campaign where it chooses whether you go light or dark.
And that would be cool. That would be amazing,
but
I want a standard RTS as well. Where
you would. I'm just talking about for the story, because they always have you always got to have that decent story, and then you have, of course, the PvP and everything, that kind of, or just the offline missions. Well, not missions, but skirmishes that you could have and whatnot.
But if they set it up like Halo Wars, where you pick,
that's what I think of.
Where you pick your Sith or your Jedi as your leader.
You
gain
that would be cool.
Powers off of them,
that
and you
cool.
run them in the field as well.
That would be cool.
We're gonna have some fun, bro. We're gonna have some fun.
That could definitely be cool.
Yeah. Otherwise, that's been my week, man. Again, everybody, I did play some Indiana Jones, so I'm kind of in that newish game area for a change this week a little bit. So, but we got some other ones coming up. Like I said, I'm gonna check out Eternal Strands and then Sniper Elite Resistance. Steel and I might do a little co-op out of that one, so we might be.
I mean, we did it for the first one, so I think recording it this time around too could be some fun. We had a good time with it, man. So nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't mind touching on that for a bit. Especially for an older military shooter, it's typically not of my ilk, right? I thought I was gonna have a little bit more fun with the PvP in there. I didn't, but we did as far as invasions and stuff go. That was fun. We had some good times with that. Definitely a good co-op experience. Ron Slusher. What a great segue. He says, what game is that in the background? Well, Ron, let me tell you about the games that I got in the background. But first, before I tell you about the game in the background, I have to tell you about another game that was going to be
covered this week, guys.
Just a little bit.
Cool ass action games covered this week.
Just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
So let me tell you about this other game first. Well, no, because now Crow is saying it's a demo that Steel found. No. I'll talk about the game on screen first. So the game on screen for you guys in the background is a game called Sin Duality Echoes of Ada. This game is a PvPvE game. Player versus everything. Or enemies, however you want to take it. I have not got to the PvP portion of it yet, but it is an extraction looter shooter, essentially. It feels somewhere in between Mech Warrior and I would say it feels somewhere in between a Mech Assault and maybe early Armored Core, but not really. It still feels different in a lot of ways. It also has the way that it's telling its story so far has some Fallout ilk to it, right? The way that they, you know how Fallout uses, and I only hinted this because this is where I mainly see it at, especially from watching like the wife play New Vegas in my time with Fallout 4. You know how they use like the comic kind of structure to explain things to you or tell you about things, right? You have the Fallout boy come out and he's all comic designed and all the. It's kind of like that in this game when they're explaining when they're giving you the details about, hey, this is what happened with humanity. That's kind of how they explain it, right? Along with kind of stepping into the anime ilk comic style as well. Or when they're introducing you to systems and mechanics in the game, it's explained in a very Fallout, over the top kind of comic kind of way that makes it. It's very interesting to me because it's like, obviously somebody put a lot of effort into this to say, hey, we're going to tell you about how to explore the PvE space. What are you supposed to do when you go out here? They bring this character mech up on screen and you're going to go out and you're going to excavate these rocks. And you're going to get these rocks because humanity needs these rocks for energy so we can survive. It's like, it's not taking itself serious, but it's also somewhat serious. Like, it's weird. Crow says, isn't Steel Hunters doing the same concept? No, Steel Hunters is more, I don't think it's an extraction game more than it is a battle royale style game. Steel Hunters is more battle royale-esque. At least that's what I got from the game when I played it. Now, they may have changed some things, and I think Steel Hunters is also supposed to have some other gameplay mechanics in it as well. Other game modes, whereas Synduality is only going to have this main mode. The whole concept of it is humanity got pushed underground due to this acidic rain, basically wiped out 90% of the population. The remaining went underground, built a whole new civilization, and humanity now has to come to the surface to get energy from the surface to continue to be able to survive. Decado, the people that make Steel Hunters are the same people who do warships, I believe, or war tanks, whatever it's called. I don't play those games, so I don't know. It's the tank World of Tanks and World of Warships or something like that. I think it's something like that. But they're the same people who make Steel Hunters. Anyway, for Synduality, this is from Bandai. But Synduality is it's a looter shooter, extraction style game. And I'm not deep enough in it to really, truly give my impressions of the game. There are some things that kind of make me feel weird about it as far as like how the gun mechanics work. But again, I'm also very, very early on in the game. The gameplay that you're going to see today on screen is only about an hour long. They are just introducing me to more of the mechanics. I just created my crafting space, right? So I just started getting into that. But the main concept is you go up to the surface, you go excavate these different rocks or whatever. The rocks are the main thing that you're bringing back because that's how you're making your money. But you also end up having skirmishes, possibly, that's the PvP portion of it with other mechs that are out there, right? Other people that are doing the same thing as you. And your entire goal is to be able to extract with as much loot as possible. You do have weight, you can overheat. There's a lot of different mechanics in the game that kind of layer on top of each other. And the game also has a battle pass system in it. It has the crafting system in it. The character that you create, right? I haven't really dove into the story much, if really at all, other than the beginning. You create the character that you guys probably saw on screen. If you didn't, you listen on the audio side of things. The character that you create is kind of like, is your AI companion. So that's something to keep in mind. And she is talking to you as the main character, but you don't get to create your main character, at least from what I've seen thus far. Again, I don't have enough information on it to like truly speak on it and be like, oh man, it's this kind of game and it's unique, and it does feel interesting, but I need to put more time into it. As far as like the 1 hour test that I usually do with a lot of games, it has passed that thus far as my interest goes, because I want to see where this goes. Right now, am I the extraction looter dude? No, I don't play Tarkov, and I haven't played other extraction shooters that really have pulled my interest like that. But for it to be a PvE game, I want to see what all happens. As I put more time into it. The game does also offer a replay type system, which is also very interesting because it literally breaks down the entire sortie that you went out and did. And as for those who are watching, it shows it to you on screen. Like, it literally gives you a whole play-by-play of, hey, this is what you did. This is where you stopped. This is where you found this. And I don't know if that's trying to give you details of your future runs or what. So I'm still trying to figure that out, but there's a lot of interesting stuff going on for it. So I'm really interested in that. Sin Duality, Echoes of Ada. It's not a demo. Like, this is the full game. It's currently in early access for probably another 5 days at this point. I believe it releases on the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken. So for those who are interested in it, if the gameplay is interesting for you on screen, I suggest to jump in. I will say the main turnoff for me, if it's a turnoff, is the gunplay does feel kind of not as impactful as I would like it to be. But again, I'm also still early on. Parasite Green, I hear you talking about Mecha Break. I really liked what I got out of Mecha Break. Mecha Break was a really fun time, especially for that more of a hero, for a game like, for your hero shooter genre, for it to be more mech based. I thought it was going to end up being like a battle royale style. It's not. It's literally a hero shooter. Hero shooter mech game. And I think it plays really well because of how the maps are set up. And I think the mechs that they have in there are set up really well. I definitely tell people to keep an eye on Mecha Break. I think as far as the hero shooter genre goes, that's going to be the next one that's going to be probably hit pretty hard. The other game that I've been playing, and it's the game that I have on the thumbnail today, is Hyper Light Breaker. Made by Heart Machine, the same people who created Hyper Light Drifter, which is a 2D Metroidvania style game, one of the more notable games. But they also made Solar Ash, for people who are familiar with that game. I actually, because of the hype, kind of the interest that I had for this game, I actually downloaded Solar Ash. So I'm probably going to end up giving that a playthrough as well. It's available on Game Pass for those who are interested in Solar Ash. And it's more of a platformer kind of style of game. And I heard it's like a 5-hour game. So I want to try to give that a run. Crow says he didn't like it. It may be interesting. I wanted to give it a run for a shorter experience. I just kind of, when certain games interest me, I do find myself getting interested. Okay, what else has that dev put out? Okay, do these other games interest me? Is it just this game of theirs that's interested in me, and what kind of made them go this direction? That's me. I get that additional interest, and I kind of want to find out what else they kind of worked on. But Parasite says Mecha Break has the tightest gameplay, but I prefer the graphics of Steel Hunters. I agree with you there. But anyway, get back to Hyper Light Breaker. I did 2 episodes for Hyper Light Breaker, both of them about, I want to say, a couple hours apiece, that are right here on Living Split Screen, where I detail exactly how I feel going through the experience, kind of step by step. In the last episode that I did, I kind of posed the question, is this going to be the end of Hyper Light Breaker for me? And was it a game that I would suggest for people to buy or wait on? TLDR, Hyper Light Breaker is a game that I would tell people to wait on. Not because the game is bad, not because I don't think it's unique, not because it's not creative, not because of all kinds of different things. There are some negatives that I'm going to speak to, but it could just be negatives for me. It could just be the game being in early access. But I tell people to wait, or I wouldn't suggest people buying it right now, because I know the game is going to be better 6 months from now. I know it. I guarantee it. And I don't want anybody to possibly ruin or have a dislike for the game based off their first experience. Now, for me, the reason I say that, Hyper Light Breaker is a unique for a action-based roguelite style game in its 3D space that gives you some feelings of Breath of the Wild or some of these other gacha style games and whatnot that have kind of come into the market. But just for a open world kind of roguelite style game that's kind of more world based, and after you die so many times, you reset the world, and when you die, it does keep some of your progress, and you do carry stuff over, and you get new weapons, and there's a sense of adventure in here that I do think is a lot of fun, right? The main things for me that are turnoffs in the game is, one, I believe it's the animation. Between there not being a clear, and as you play more of the games, there are certain tells that you start paying attention to, right? So that does help. So one, if you were to play, I would suggest put some time into it before you truly decide whether it's for you or not. But for me, there's something off about the combat flow. And for me, as somebody who is heavily action oriented, and I do have a high expectation for games that I want to give my time to, there is something off about when I'm dodging an enemy's attacks and it doesn't feel quite right. Now, again, I get that the game has upgrades and other things like that, but it gets mixed into the combat flow. A lot of it, I think, has to do with the enemies doing their attacks instantly. At least that's the way that it feels sometimes, especially when you get surrounded by a lot of enemies. It's like there's timing involved because you do have parry mechanics. You could dodge all these great things. But it's a lot of the time it's hard to tell what is happening. I found myself asking more of, how did I die? Or what am I taking damage by? Or what hit me? It wasn't clear to me, right? Without me feeling like, oh, I got to watch a play-by-play replay to find out exactly what happened, why it happened. And again, this is not a competitive game. Like, I shouldn't have to do that. In an action-based game, I should be able to easily tell, okay, it was that. Oh, okay, it's because my dodge timing was off. Oh, okay, it's because I had to parry that. Oh, it was because of this. And it didn't feel that way to me, right? Also, the flow of moving through the world. I do wish that there was some form of a clamber system in this game, right? I do think in 2025, we do need to start moving forward. Like when you have a world that's set up to feel like, hey, I can get up to this place. Right? I'm not talking about, I don't need to climb up a wall or anything like that. It doesn't need to be Breath of the Wild, any of those other games where you give me a stamina bar. No. But like, if I can jump high enough to get to a ledge, let me just climb over the ledge, please. I just feel like in the flow of the world, that would make sense. But maybe they designed it that way on purpose so you can't reach certain areas. You got to find how to get up there creatively. Sure. I would like there to be some form of a clamber system, or to make the movement seem a little bit more, flow a little bit better. The other thing too is, and this just leads into the enemies and like the dodge timing and whatnot, it does feel like sometimes the dodge timing is off. Like you'll dodge and you still get hit by something. So, okay, do I not have iframes? So even if I dodge this, I'm gonna get punished for it regardless. Like there was a couple times where I was clutching with Decado and Sly Crow, where we had to evacuate, because if you don't evacuate, or if you don't extract, because you do have the option to kind of extract and kind of, not necessarily you don't end the run, but it gives you a way to kind of keep your progress, right? And not sacrifice a life for the map or for the world. Because again, it could feel bad if you've cleared a lot of a world and then you die or whatever the case, and you got to restart the entire world, right? Now, again, you can die 3 times and you got limits and all those great things. So it gives you plenty of options. For me, the main detractors I feel like are more just refinements that need to be made for the game that are going to happen through updates. And I know that the community for the game is going to help them see what those issues are, and make sure that the game plays better 6 months from now, for sure. Now, again, they did just most recently put out a patch to give additional options on PC for as graphic options, because another issue, and this was my main kind of, I think I'm going to wait. There was one of those clutch moments that I'm speaking about as well when we were trying to get out of here. The game was heavily dropping frames. So it's one thing when I'm already having an issue with the dodge mechanic. I'm already having an issue with the instant attacks that I feel like the enemies are doing. The combat flow already feels kind of off to me. And then you get into these clutch situations where now, because of all these additional enemies that you're putting on screen for me, I'm playing in 1080p. This isn't the most graphically impressive game that I've ever seen. And I get that you have the procedural generation, all that stuff that adds on to this. But for it to be dropping frames the way that it was an extreme turnoff for me. And that's what made me say, I'll put it down for now. Because if I continued to play it and I had more experiences like that, for me as a gamer, I would be coming here to tell y'all, if I would have kept playing through that, I would have came here and told y'all, don't ever play the fucking game. And I would have never played the game again. But because I appreciate what the game is giving me so far, I don't think that I got shafted for the early access of the game, because the game is in early access for, I don't know how long they're planning to keep the game in early access. Maybe it's going to be 6 months. Maybe it's going to be a year. They are going to put their roadmap out there soon. So shout out to Heart Machines and trying to stay on top of things. But I do think that the game is going to be better, way better 6 months from now. In Crow, he says Hyperlight Breaker is better than Flintlock. They are very different games. I like what I got out of Flintlock. No, Hyperlight is not a Souls-like Oats. It's an action-oriented roguelike. It doesn't feel Souls-like at all. It does heavily lean on the action side of things. Pong, I honestly think if we jumped in there co-op, you would have a good time. It is a fun game to play. It really is. But I want people to experience it in its best light. There's just a little bit more refinement that needs to be done, especially when you finally end up fighting a boss, right? And it takes so much to get to fighting that first boss. At least that's what it feels like. But when you get to fight that first boss and you have to get essentially reset and have to do all these things again until you can fight that boss, it's not like you're getting practice with the boss. You can't get used to its moves, right? There's just a lot of negatives that kind of would play into that play into it for me that I just want to hold off on. But again, Hyperlight Breaker, I think is a cool game. It's an interesting game. I just would suggest for people to kind of hold off on it for now. And $30 is steep to ask for a game that, again, if I would have been some random gamer who was just looking for a good action game to play, and I would have bought this thinking that it was going to be in a good condition day one, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody ended up returning it because of some of the performance issues that they're having. And when you invest in a game, $30, early access, again, you know what you kind of expect with early access. I don't set my bar to the all the way on the moon just because the game's in early access. I come in with a very, let's see what happens kind of approach. Let's see what happens 6 months from now. It's going to put around a lot of other games, but I would definitely like to return to it at that point. So, Decado says, oh yeah, it's better than Flintlock, but some of the enemy movement made no sense like that game. No, 100%. And that's my biggest issue. Some of the enemy movement, the way that things interact, like just certain combat pieces don't quite make sense. Like you punish me, like when I was throwing my spear, and it's really cool because I had this spear that I could throw at people and it detonates, and I was like, oh, this is the fucking coolest weapon ever. Matter of fact, to speak to the co-op side of things, when I played co-op, that was probably the most fun I had with the fucking game. I was carrying Crow and Decado. And it didn't feel bad or anything like that. But it was like, that was the most engaged I was with the game, my entire experience up to that point. Mind you, I only have probably almost 5 hours in the game at this point. But I do think that that's enough to determine, hey, got past the hour test, but because of the games that I got on my rotation, I'd rather set this one to the side and jump into these other things. So Synduality Echoes of Ada is going to be on the list for now. Monster Hunter Worlds, of course, Iceborne. I'm in that loop. I want to finish that out before Wilds comes out. So that's also going to be a main focus. I want to play more Synduality just to see, because I'm very confused about the game. Like, I don't know if I like it, or I don't dislike it, but I don't know if I like it like that. But it's not bad. It's interesting. And I like some of the comic style that they're doing, how they're trying to tell certain aspects of how, like, tutorials and stuff like that, how that aspect of it is really interesting. So I want to find out more. What else is the experience going to give me? It's a very interesting game. I'll say that. Yobi says, live in split screen. Make sure you got your back brace on, carrying your team. Let's go. I wouldn't put it like that. Like I tell Paul, man, that's just playing the game. It is what it is. What it is. I'm not like bragging or anything like that. I'm just trying to give perspective, if anything. Jay's Natural Fitness says, a game I've been addicted to lately is yet another zombie survivor. Demo is fire roguelike. Okay, that's fire. Decado says, I bought Witchfire at the same time, Pong Soul. Hyper lost to that. Okay.
I want to get back to Witchfire, brother. Such a great game. It's such a cool ass game, man. And it just keeps getting better because they're continuously working on it. So I want to get back to that for sure. I'm glad you're having a great time, Decado. Glad. Great game.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just looking at the chat and seeing what else everybody else is saying. We're definitely going to shout out the chat as well. I did put a poll up top that essentially asked if we should bring back upcoming days in this day in gaming. And I put the answer as hell yeah or nah, keep talking. And everybody was, and 72% of y'all said hell yeah, bring that shit back. And we will. Next Saturday, what I'll do is I'll make sure that everything is set up for it, and so we can bring that back. I know you guys, that's something we're doing from the very beginning, and I know you guys do appreciate, because it's very seldom shows that kind of highlight everything. But me and Pong end up having a lot of conversation, a lot of personal stuff going on behind the scenes as well. So I'll be honest with y'all, I've been a little more on the lazy side of trying to get all the other things set up behind the scenes outside of getting some streams up, just because I'm playing the game anyway. If I'm playing the game, I want to get some streams up, talk with y'all. It helps get me get out of my head, kind of stay focused on some things. And the one thing that I'll say is I'm appreciative of everybody that tunes in on a week-to-week basis, that tunes into the streams that we do as well. Again, I'm doing a little bit of rebranding again. Taking the eyes out of the name, seeing what that's going to do.
Yeah, you totally screwed me up with that, by the way.
Yeah, I definitely did. Twitter allowed me to do it. It didn't let me do it before, but Twitter allowed me to do it this time. So I was like, oh, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. But so the next step is going to be doing it to my gamer tag again. And built another YouTube channel for it. And man, 2025 is going to be interesting. We'll see what happens. I can't make any promises, but I do want to get more content out there. Some different things, some different aspects. I kind of teased a little bit of what I would like to do with like what I did with Hyper Light Breaker, where I kind of gave a breakdown and I posted it on Twitter to give people like an idea of my impressions and how I felt about the game. So, and I might do those, continue to do those for the future, man. So look out for that. I'm definitely going to do that for Monster Hunter Wilds. That's going to be, because again, I want to reiterate, I'm not playing about like that being the main game that I'm going to be playing outside of AC Shadows, which has been an interesting point. Some people don't know, and I guess I can give you a little bit of the sauce, chat, Pong. I'm pretty sure you know. Anytime that I put anything in quotes and put it in all caps, that is not me saying it. That is me putting a quote out that I've heard from somebody else, or sarcasm. I thought that more people would understand that. Shout out to Spooky, no shot to you.
Things are lost.
But he I guess he felt like I was talking about Ubisoft specifically.
Yeah.
But anytime that I put anything in quotes, put it in all caps, any of that stuff, I am being sarcastic. Just know that. So, Sin, he says, I respect your view on the matter still, but I'm not paying to actively beta test the game. That's money going to the wrong way, in my opinion. I'm speaking as someone who used to professionally beta test. And I understand that, Sin, and I completely understand that perspective, which is why I only invest in games that I have true interest in. Like, if I have true interest in something, I'm not going to fight against myself and sit here behind my keyboard like, should I play? Should I not? Should I play? Should I not? No, if I see it, I'm like, damn, like I did with Hyper Light Breaker. I knew it was coming out in the early access. I said, you know what? I like what the game is presenting. Let me jump into it. I want to support the devs, right? This could also be a way for them to kind of gauge what the interest is, right? Again, Baldur's Gate did it. Baldur's Gate 3 built the game 2 years in advance, opened the doors up 2 years in advance to their community. Allow people to get invested.
It's a choice. It is
a choice
at the
100%.
end of the day, right? If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Like Steele said, if it's a game that interests you and you want to support it early. There are, I get it, on PC, there are thousands of games that you can go early support and play early, but it's not like I'm going picking up a ton of them. But you pick and choose. I just think it's a great option for people who do want to support the dev studio because they believe in the vision that they're seeing already and they want to help them build that together. And if that's where you want to put your time and energy in this hobby with 1, 2, 10, 20 of those games, cool. I'm all for that because I've had a lot of great times in early access games. And I've said all along that I think that more games should do it. With how development has gone these days, to get a better grasp of what your audience, your consumer base is seeing early on so that you can make adjustments before you go to full launch. Does it work with every game, every studio, every public? No, of course not. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of model, but I think for those that do want to take it on and start to build their game from that point of view, I think it is potentially a still underutilized market, especially when you're talking about the console space, right? Yes. And I think that as the consoles open up more to that, especially because PlayStation has had some pretty big restrictions on that side, Xbox has been more in favor of it.
We'll get better products.
I think overall we'll get better products. And again, but if you are, like Sin said, I ain't paying to beta test. Totally get it. Because there's been plenty of games on PC that people have bought into for early access that have never launched fully. Yeah. And support has
Star Citizen
gone away. Yes. Or support has completely gone away and they paid for an early access to a game that never showed up. Right. Yep. So there is that to it as well. But I think that just giving that option to people, especially as gamers, I think it's cool as hell, man. It is really dope. If I had had a PC while Larian was doing Baldur's Gate 3, developing it in early access, I probably would have jumped in at some point. I did right at the very end. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I did anything. I jumped in right at the very end to get in on the early access price and checked it out before full launch. But yeah, had I had my PC earlier, I probably would have gone in a year earlier than when it launched just to get an idea what they were doing and play through it. I don't think that the idea is completely out of left field at this point in 2025.
I honestly, I think that's one of the main ways that some of these companies who feel like they may be a little bit standoffish or maybe don't know. I think as an example, Sony probably could have did really well with releasing a Spider-Man multiplayer in early access, saying, hey, how do you guys feel about this? How does it play? Give us some ideas.
Concord, they could have done early access deal years ago.
They could have done a year. Yeah, they could have did it at least.
They could have opened it up with a couple You would have heard all the critique that you weren't hearing internally because nobody was allowed to speak bad about it. Yeah. You would have had all that early critique from a lot of fans up front going, these characters suck. What are these generic bland ass characters you got going on? What is this generic levels that you have going on? This game has no soul. They would have heard all of that they needed to hear and maybe have been able to correct some. I'm not saying it would have changed everything.
Yeah,
saying when you're spending $400 million, that feedback could have been vital at that point, right? Had they decided that they wanted to go that route. I just think that that's where you can look at examples and go, hell yeah, that would have helped that game for sure. And then you got examples of where it was used, like Baldur's Gate 3, to turn out one of the best games, a generational game to a lot of people, even non-CRPG fans. showed up for Baldur's Gate 3 because of how the community helped Larian build that game out so well that when it fully launched, it actually reached new people that claimed that they would never play turn-based tactical RPGs, and they showed up for that game. So we have, again, there's examples on all sides, but I think there is certainly an argument to be made that a lot of studios and publishers could use it to their benefit these days.
Yeah. I agree. There's actually, because I heard Colin Moriarty bring up this on Last Stand, and if I'm off on this or if I'm quoting it from the wrong place, hey, let me know. But they were speaking to the same thing, and they were saying that something to the effect that demos and things of that nature, and it might not be there. So sorry if that was a shot, but the overall point is, somebody stated that demos and things of the like actually end up possibly harming the developers more than it ends up benefiting them. And I didn't understand that concept, because the angle that they were coming from with it was, because people can make preconceived notions and all these other things before the game even releases, therefore putting your game in the ground before the game releases, versus you kind of being quiet on the game, releasing the game, and people investing in it and then investing in it at that point. And to me, I sat back and I was thinking, like, so you want these people to hide their product from you until the very last moment, and you find out after you've spent your ducats that the game is bad?
Like we did back in the day, Steele.
But how is that good?
It's not news, but also wherever this came from, are you not paying attention to modern day society? Newsflash: people prejudge your shit whether you put a demo out or not. People prejudge your shit from a screenshot. It's all over now. Like that is what is happening now. So no matter whether you put a demo out or not, doesn't change the fact that people nowadays are going to instantaneously have an opinion, and it ain't going to be a light opinion on social media. It is going to be a strong opinion, one way or the other, off of a pixel, off of a title screen.
And let me add this on there too, Pong, because Sin kind of adds on to this conversation by asking us. He says, Steel and Pong, do you think all games in general should offer a free time trial like how EA does with their games?
Yeah. You can as a consumer, as a gamer, absolutely, of course, because it goes back to what kind of Steel. Yeah, like you said, Steel. I kind of answer. Goes back to the fact back in the day, right? Back in the day, we had none of that. That's why GameStop became so big. If you guys weren't around for the creation of Funkoland up here in the Midwest, which is who I worked for way back in the day before they got acquired by GameStop, Funkoland, GameStop, whatever. Anybody that had demo stations set up, that's what's created the wave, because we could go in and try out the games, right? If there was a used copy of the game, even some of the new copies, they would open up a new copy for the store to demo. You got to play the game before you bought it. That was a brand new kind of holy shit moment for a lot of us gamers back then, because prior to that,
I love that shit.
Right. It was fantastic. Prior to that, you're walking into KB Toys or wherever, right? And you're looking at the box, reading the box, looking at the couple pictures. Maybe you've got a magazine that showed off the game, and maybe you got a review, right? Or two. And that's how you're judging the game. And you're buying that game and taking it home. And it wasn't like your parents, like, again, we weren't buying games like we do now. Like, it wasn't like that. Like, you were getting that one game for like the next 3-4 months for a lot of us, right? Now, some of you might have been, like my buddy who got every game he ever wanted, whatever else. But for the most part, most of us were living with that game for 3 to 4 months. Whether it was bad, whether it was broken, or whether it was fantastic, you had to live with that game with no real knowledge outside of what you could gather. And again, that's why magazines also became popular. Now, also, what happened during that time frame is rental. Obviously, Blockbuster and stuff came along and started renting video games. That was another way to demo. So yes, as a consumer or a gamer, I believe that if you have faith in your product, and you should have faith in your product if you're putting it out there. If you're launching a game, you should have faith in that product. Now, does that mean success? No, it does not mean success. Does that mean that everybody's going to like it, or enough people are going to like it to bring you what you need out of it as a business? No. But it's already a risk putting it out there, and you had faith to do that. And you said, yep, it's good enough to launch. We're putting it out there. Yeah, give the people a demo. I don't care. I don't even care if it doesn't have to be 10 hours like EA does. It doesn't have to be that. Give me an hour, right? If it makes sense, give me an hour. If it makes sense, give me one level. Like even if that level happens to be, it depends on the genre of game. But yes, let me try the game
first chapter or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you have faith in your product and you put that demo out there, you're going to find a lot of people who would never have bought that game, right, up front, that try that demo, that find out they're going to buy it. Sure. Are you going to lose some? Oh, of course. Absolutely. But again, at the end of the day, I think it's a net gain for you to put your demos out there to let people try it. That's just my opinion. Again, internally, I don't know what the stats look like. I'm sure they look at that stuff, but I would love to see demos come back. We used to get demo discs in all of our magazines back in the day. Why? Because companies wanted you to get hyped for that game. They wanted you to play that game and get hyped. I think I still got my PlayStation demo disc around here with Final Fantasy VII on it somewhere. I think I've got that around here. They wanted to get you hyped for the games. They had faith in that game. Now, is it a one size fit all for every single developer, every single publisher, every single situation? No, of course not, because it does take time and resources. Right. I think it gets easier as we move forward, as tech gets easier. I think, AI eventually will be able to cut you up a demo where you don't have to take away from manpower. But I think that more studios should do this. Yes.
I think the easiest solution, and so it's Sin is hinted to, and I think that that's something that I would speak to more than anything, because it does negate everything. And that was kind of his point as well, is just give me a time trial. Don't make a demo. I don't need you to cut off a vertical slice. I don't need to, because that's what Crow was making that point. He was saying Final Fantasy 16 demo was a finesse. Yeah, I mean, because they literally cut out a piece, and it didn't necessarily, for some people, translate into what the full game was, right? So if you give people an actual first hour worth of an experience, now if your first hour is 30 minutes worth of cutscenes, then I mean, at least somebody would know what they were playing. But I do think time trialing it would be easier, or at least give the consumer an additional option to make a decision. And I don't think that that's any developer that sees that as a negative. You're hiding something that you shouldn't be hiding. And if that's the case, then I think there may be a bigger problem at hand, right? I think at any case, if you're scared to show your game until it's time for release, or, we give it to our reviewers and nobody else can kind of see what it's going to be like, or whatever the case, if you're hiding it to the last moment, it does kind of put a bad stink on it, right? If you're telling people that, hey, we're not going to give you a way to try this out, I think that you leave the door closed for other potential gamers to jump in, right? You want more casuals to be part of the ecosystem. You want more people to try different games. I think that's the main way to get around it, for sure. So yeah, I mean, I think there should be trials. I think there should be a game trial for every game that is out, every single one of them, unless it's a multiplayer game, because that makes it a little bit more difficult. Because you kind of know what you're getting with a multiplayer game. But even for that, I would say, give me an hour. At least let me try what I'm playing. Give me a match, maybe 2 matches. Let me at least experience what I'm going to be jumping into before I put the ducats down. Because I think that that's better than me refunding the game. Mm-hmm. Or you telling me, because the other thing, and again, we've seen this more with PlayStation, although they seem to kind of pull back from it, but I know they're still not great with it. But you do see with companies like PlayStation, if you buy a game, you decide that you don't like it. Now, again, I'm not saying put 100 hours into the game and then say, oh, the game is bad, I want to return it. That doesn't make fucking sense. But within a reasonable amount of time, like Steam as an example, hey, if you haven't played the game for X amount of time, or that it's not to your satisfaction, return it. Okay. But you can avoid a lot of that by giving people an additional way just to try it out and see if it was for them. So
good.
I think that's a good answer.
Great.
Parasite says agreed Steel, but only for the AAAs. Nah, I think everybody should do it. Indies, doesn't matter what you are. Because what you want to cause engagement, whether it's bad or good. Because if you try to keep everything internal, as you realize with the bigger companies as well, if you try to keep everything internal and you don't face it out to the public, the people who are going to buy your product anyway, it's better for you to get the negative reaction and maybe make changes or find out maybe this isn't the product. And you stop development there, then you find out at release, you spent all that time, all those resources, all that effort, and find out that you have a dud. I think Concord, as an example, again, and don't want to use Concord as the shitting stone, but Concord as being the best example for a multiplayer focused game that should have had 2 years ahead of time of external testing, of the community testing it. Hey, we're going to bring in people and see how the game's feeling. Hey, what are y'all thinking? Send out feedback forms and everything so people can do multiple closed betas, do it for certain time, do whatever you need to do to get as much information as possible, because you know it's going to be difficult in today's era of gaming. You're fighting for time at the end of the day, especially in multiplayer games where people will literally crucify your game and never play it again. As you saw what happened. 2 weeks. A AAA game closed down in 2 weeks. A live service game. 2 weeks. I think that should be enough evidence. I think that should be enough evidence. Again, no, we shouldn't force them to cut a demo, but I do think the time trials would be a good way to get around it, for sure. I definitely agree with Sin on that. Marwaz, what's going on? Says many games on Steam have a free demo that you could try before buying the full game. Yeah, there are many games that do that on Steam. And again, I think that option needs to be made available on console. 1000%. But again, I think why people don't do it is to the same point that I was bringing up from the very beginning. People don't want you to let them see their product because they feel like the community or the people are going to destroy the product before it releases. And I just feel like that's so counterproductive. To me, that makes no sense. I understand, to Paul's point, that's how we were doing things back in the day. You used to see a game case as an example, right? I might see a game case like this, right? I was like, oh man, it's got mechs on there, Gundam, I like Gundam. You know, I'm showing the audience my Gundam case. You might see something like that and think that, oh, that's mad cool. It's probably gonna play badass. And then you get it home, and maybe it's a 2D sprite side scroller game. And you're like, bruh, this isn't what I thought it was going to be, or whatever. Or maybe it just wasn't what you anticipated being based off of what you saw off of that cover. It's just, I think there's a way to alleviate a lot of the issues that we're having in modern gaming that some of these companies act like we can't get past through some decent solutions. So I think that's one of them. But Paul, if you want to shout out the chat here, show the beautiful people some love.
Absolutely. Let's get down to it. Let's go. This is a late chat shout out, but love you all for hanging with us early this morning. Getting a whole lot of good talk in. Let's go. Let's start down here. Roadkill 8018. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of the show today. Roadkill says, well, you shouldn't buy a game off the cover art. I mean, I research everything I buy.
Now,
right.
Yes.
Now there's a lot of information out there, but again, still as a consumer or as a gamer, nowadays, like there's no reason why we shouldn't have demos.
And there still are games that get put out there, especially single player games, that you don't find out what they actually play like until release.
Correct. Absolutely. So. We got the Understanding in the house joining us tonight. Thank you. He says, I'm older. I remember the days of having to look at the box and determine whether or not the game was potentially fun. Exactly what I was pointing out. That's what we used to do. Tim, the Sorcerer. What's going on, Tim, the Sorcerer? Great to see you, brother. We got the Oats, of course, joining us this morning, as always. Thank you, Oats, for being here. Of course, the man, the legendary one himself, legendary Yobi's in the house.
Yobi!
Mr. Hashtag Peace, Love, Life, joining us. Thank you so much. He's spamming the chat with the Horde of Wars.
Let's go. Hit him with the Horde of War.
Joe Dunmore. What's going on, Joe? Always great to see you, brother, joining us. Thank you, sir. We got the OG Nixie. What is going on, Nixie? Nixie says, cover art? What is this, 1992? LOL. Yeah, Nixie. Yeah, Nixie. Cover art is still damn cool, man. It makes the game, brother. What's going on, Nixie? Thank you for being here, man, as always. We got the Jago 6 in the house. What's going on, Jago? Thank you for joining us. The one and only Dakato. He made his presence known earlier in the show. What's going on, Dakato? Thank you for joining us, brother. Thank you. We got the Fahim Scott in here. What's going on, Fahim? He says, let's be honest. As soon as you saw Phantom Blade Zero, you knew people would buy that. Yeah, again, there are games that present themselves extremely well up front, right?
Well,
Black
we also kind of saw gameplay from it off rip.
Yeah, but that comes with the territory, right? But again, you still never know until the controller's in your hands. You really don't, especially nowadays. You just don't know, bro. We've had way too many games that look great even the reviewers covered for them and said that, oh, there's a fantastic game. And then people started playing it for themselves. And what happened? Oh, shit. I'm looking at you, Jedi Survivor, right? Again, broken, right? So again, we got to be careful with that stuff too. But again, as a consumer, as a gamer, there's no reason why you shouldn't ask for demos. Like, there's just not. And again, I think it's easier now, like you guys said, with time trials, whatever you got to do for the companies to give us that if they are confident in their product. I just think it's something that would go a long way. Who else we got in here? Joe Dunmore says Mega Man's cover art was horrible. You got that right. I will grant you that one.
That's
Joe.
one of them. Yeah, that's
yeah. NES. Yeah. My buddy was a big Mega Man fan back in the day.
Mega Man is way better than some of that was presented.
Yeah, those hand drawn
Mega Man's cool.
Mega Man's dope though, and we should bring it back. There's a nice Mega Man short in the
secret level is
secret level too. Right? Yeah, it's very short, but it's cool.
Yeah.
So
people say they need to make a full. They need to bring it back. I missed the Mega Man. I love the Mega Man anime back at the cartoon TV show back in the day.
Back in the day. Yeah. Fuzzy Tomato, what is going on? Fuzzy says you could just watch someone play the game on YouTube before you buy it. Sure. Fuzzy,
I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that, man.
But Fuzzy, also some people do want to buy the game just day one and pop it in for the first time and experience the opening title screenshot for themselves. There is still something special about that in a game that you're hyped for, right? And having that demo and being able to play for yourself, sure, that takes that part away. Probably a bad way to say that. But what I'm saying is that, like, that's still you getting to try the game up front for yourself for the first time, right? And it's still different than holding the controller in your hand when somebody else is playing, right? So it is a valid point. There's a lot of different ways. The information is much greater nowadays than it ever was in the past about a game prior to launch, up to launch, through launch, all of that we can all be better educated consumers, even without demos or time trials. I just think as a company, as a consumer, as a gamer, looking at that company, there is zero reason between those two parties that they can't both agree that a demo or a time trial would be great for everybody involved.
Because you know what else would be beneficial?
Yeah.
What if you had a demo and a reviewer that you could tune into? Be like, okay, they beat the game. Well, if they actually beat the game. Based off of what I played in the demo and based off of what this person is telling me off from this review or whatever, I know I want to buy this game. Because I felt it. I agree with some of what they're saying. Maybe I don't see some of what they're saying. Like there's been plenty of games that ACG I spoke to as an example that I don't completely agree with his entire review, right? For as an example, people said Atlas Fallen wasn't a good game. I think Atlas Fallen was a good game. It was a game that was on Game Pass. It came to Game Pass and everything. Like it was a really good experience. You're going to have your different tastes until you get that controller.
Absolutely. Who else we got in here? Jimmy Crooks 25. What's going on, Jimmy Crooks? Great to see you, brother. As always, we got the Live Supremacy in the house. What's going on, Live Supremacy? Thank you for joining us this morning, sir. We got the Ghost Wolf 3599 in here. What's going on, Ghost Wolf? Thank you for being a part of the show today. Let's see how I got to start scrolling up now. Mars in the house. Is going on, Nam? Great to see you, brother, every Saturday. Thank you for joining us. We got the Sanchez MTZ Gaming. Thank you for being in here, sir. We've got the Wilfrey Rosario in the house. What's going on, Wilfrey? Always joining us on a beautiful Saturday morning. We got the Parasite 82 Green in the house. What's going on, Parasite? We got the BT Maverick 707, of course, joining us as always, 2. Let's keep going up here.
Real quick,
Marwas,
Fuzzy Tomato says, I can usually watch about 30 seconds of gameplay and decide if the game is for me or not. And Fuzzy, you're talking to the right person. I'm the same exact way. There's a lot of games that I don't need to, like first Berserker Kazan. I have never played a demo. I hear people say that it's not as great as they thought it was going to be. But guess what? I'm still going to play the game. Day one.
We've spoken to that too many times. Like, we are not the people that say you can't judge a game by visualizing it.
I do it all the fucking time.
Playing it. If you played games for any amount of time and you know who you are as a gamer, you absolutely can judge a game for yourself.
There's
without
literally
touching the controller. My point being is still, right, if it's still a game that you're looking forward to, watching somebody else play it still isn't the final determining factor when you pick up the controller. There still has been times where I've been hyped for a game all the way through, picked up the controller myself, and then found out, it actually isn't what I actually thought it was, or not necessarily what I thought it was, but playing with the controller didn't feel as good as I thought it would. And so that was a deciding factor as well. So I'm just saying that is still a part of it. Anyways.
Yeah, Decado, I agree with you. Atlas Fallen was another game, had excellent combat, but had bad story. Yeah, the way that story ended was absolute ass. Again, it took the game from being an 8 for me to damn near 6. So I was like, what in the entire hell happened? And it had a lot of potential. So, but again, I mean, that happens. That happens.
Yeah, it does.
It was a fun game.
I thought the gameplay was cool.
No, the gameplay is really cool. I mean, the entire gameplay experience is super dope. They could have definitely did better with some story element stuff and whatnot. They could, if they would have fleshed the game out better in story side of things, it would have been a very impressionable game for a lot of people. And it still is a very impressionable game. I like it. I loved my experience with it, and I do think we should hop into some co-op at some point. I would still suggest it for anybody if you're looking for a good co-op game. Oh, Atlas Fallen, hands down. There's no other game feeling that. There's not another game that I could recommend from beginning to end where you would have a fucking good time with you and a buddy. The other thing too, and for Berserker, because I heard you guys mention this last night, it is coming to Game Pass.
I saw you post that, yeah.
Yeah. So that's another one.
I didn't remember that announcement in December. That was weird.
So yeah. So for anybody that's interested, you'll have an option to try it out.
Yeah. Totally did not remember that announcement in any way, shape, or form. When you posted it, I was like, December? When did we get that? Anyways, but that's cool. Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Game Pass takes all the risk away. That's why I love Game Pass so much. Marwaz, I think I caught you right when we started talking about other things, but Marwaz, great to see you in here. Thank you for joining the show today so much. Who else we got in here? Rescue Squad Culp, of course, joining us this morning. Thank you, sir, for being here. And he, I don't know if we caught this earlier, but he is a member for 10 months and said, morning, happy 10 months. Happy 10 months to you,
Appreciate
Rescue Squad.
I'm
glad I caught that. Brother. Appreciate you so much for being a part of the show, man. The Sly Crow, of course, is in here. We got the Sin dropping on by. What's going on, Sin? Thank you, sir, for contributing to the conversation this morning as well. We got Rockstar Kevin in the house. What's going on, Rockstar Kevin? Thank you, sir, for joining us. Who else we got in here? Bump. We're bumping up here. He said Rockstar did say, did you all see the latest Avowed news? Are you talking about Steam nuking the community section, or them nuking the community section on Steam? Let me know if that's what you're talking about, Rockstar. I saw
somebody else mention that too in chat.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's about.
Yeah. They're shutting down conversations. I mean, because Avowed's gotten wrapped up into that talk, that's going on in the community. So yeah, I think they might have just gotten sick and tired of it and nuked everything. I don't know for sure. Again, I just caught wind of it this morning, but if that's what you're talking about, Rockstar, let us know. If it's something different, please let us know as well. Who else is in here? We got King Chili's in the house. What's going on, King Chili's? He says, I just started playing and feel addicted to Marvel Rivals. Hey,
it's a good game.
Still have yet to touch it. It is amazing. Like, again, I'm not the biggest hero guy anyways, but I had fun with Overwatch when I played it and stuff. And I've played other heroes back in the day. It just looks absolutely freaking incredible. And I love the characters. I love everything. And every time I see it, I still just haven't found the time to sit down and say, okay, I'm actually going to check this out now. But yeah, I can't wait to get in there. So I'm glad you're having a good time, King Chili's. They're doing it right. Let's put it that way. They saw an opening with Overwatch 2, showed up at that Marvel IP, and are doing the things community love nowadays. So let's see if they keep it going, man. Can't argue with their results right now. They're crushing it. Game on Jesse in the house. What's going on? Game on Jesse. Thank you, sir, for dropping in here. You got Jay's Natural Fitness in here. Jay, thank you for being a part of the show this morning. Mass Hole 1977. I'm sure he was at some point. Mass Hole. I don't think I probably will scroll back far enough. Mass Hole always likes to jump in super early and say, "What's up, nerds?" So, sup, nerd, to you. I love when Mass Hole jumps in with the nerds, man. So, M. Gene, what is going on, brother? Thank you for being a part of the show too. Who else we got in here? Scrolling. Let's go. General Spartan 27. What is going on, General Spartan? I see Dr. Dinglenut, of course, joining us this morning as always. Got to shout out a couple of the legends showing up here as well this morning, coming over as refugees from the Gaming Circle podcast that didn't have a show, but shout out to Doc Dark showing up earlier. And of course, the one and only Paris. Everybody knows Paris too. So thank you both for stopping in and checking us out. I don't know if you guys are here, but appreciate you so much for giving us any part of your time, man, and listening in on to us. That's how it always is around here. Let me see if I missed anybody at the bottom. I think I've got everybody. Oh, Wizzy Tekken's in here. What's going on? Wizzy says, what's going on, guys? And good morning. But for me, I'm going to say a hard pass for the first Berserker. It's just another Souls-like game to me. That's fair. I played the demo. I just burnt out on Souls-like games. Yep. Again, I loved the art style of that game, of course. Loved the atmosphere of that game. But yeah, the minute we saw it, knew that it was going to be Souls-like, I was like, okay, it's not for me then, man. It's not for me, but I love it. I hope Steel does play it a little bit because I do want to watch some gameplay of it for sure and see what's going on. I've seen some people post some of the demo stuff, and it looks pretty cool. Jesse James is in the house. I see you, Jesse, showing up in here. Says Jesse says the entire forums and community hub for Avowed is now gone. Yeah, they nuked. I'm assuming that's what exactly Kevin was talking about too. They nuked that this morning. So again, I can only assume is they got sick and tired of dealing with people posting stuff, criticisms, or already being extremely opinionated about what they believe this game is going to have in it, or what it's not going to be, or what it's not going to give, or, all that stuff that we now get that has now become pretty normal. Hell, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is now getting it too, Steel, which is really on a left
I heard
field
about
because those devs are not, they don't cave to that pressure. But there was rumors that Saudi Arabia nixed the entire launch, blocked it from launching in Saudi Arabia because of an unskippable LGBTQ whatever.
No, people were fucking getting down like that back in the day. Like,
but still, is it always necessary? And again, but this was just taken from a post that somebody made that Saudi Arabia blocked it, right? Yeah. So anyway, they've come out. There was a whole lot of flying conversations going around. Actually, the main dev, I forget his name, apologize. Got involved. He actually went after somebody who was a literal Otzi out there, and called them, and people were using that. And I'm like, dude, the dude is literally one of those. Like, he has every right to shut that guy down. But anyways, but they also came out and said, just hold your horses. Wait till the full launch. You guys will understand we are all about historical accuracy and giving the experience of Bohemia back in that time frame, and everything that we put in our game makes sense. They have always been that studio no matter what, so we will have to wait and see how they've handled this or what actually is entailed. They also made it clear that it is about you as the player character making decisions within the game that will lead to certain things happening. So they said it's about your decisions as well. So we'll have to wait and see, but I was just shocked that even got wrapped up into the conversation this week. But that's how far this has gone. Again, the culture war is ever expanding, and it is one of those things that we've discussed here. We don't shy away from it because I think there is valid points, and we've talked about those. And but yeah, things are getting pulled in that I was like, yo, whoa, where did this come from? Holy cow. So anyways, we'll see more of it, but I just think they're kind of tired of it.
Parasite says, oh, hell no, if they're going down the same route as CDPR, then I'll be skipping Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'm pissed to hear this.
Go read all the updates from the developers themselves too, Parasite. It's all in X. So go look it all up. obviously you got to judge for yourself as a gamer. I'm not going to sit here and judge you. I don't care. But I've always said, man, you don't find something cool in a game, don't go buy it, man. So again, I wasn't going to support Dragon Age Veilguard. I tried the demo for myself, instantly said nope, and won't ever purchase it. I won't even purchase it on sale. And I won't be going back and playing it when it comes to EA Play. So you got to do that for yourself, man. And you got to make those choices. But I think that it might be an overreaction right here. I think. So we will find out.
I think a lot of this shit is fucking overreaction, bro. Just like the whole shit with a lot of the time, I don't know. I'm not going to automatically assume off rip that there's going to be negative or something else trying to happen behind the scenes. And again, you got to take everything at face value, and whatever your ground level is or whatever your lines are, right? We talk about that all the time. Whatever your line is, fine. You can have your line. I do think that your line should be somewhat consistent though. That's the only thing that I'll say. Sure. If it is not going to be consistent in one area, it just doesn't make sense for you not to feel as strong in other areas. But again, everybody has their thing. That's me.
Not everybody has to have strong feelings on topics, bro. Like not everybody has to have strong feelings across the board on topics.
And I feel that, and it just, I feel like a lot of the time there's a lot more searching for the negative in things, and that I think that's been proven with the way that negative news and negative content and negative voices kind of get put out there. Also the way that things are pitched, right? But again, the main thing for me is just paying respect to the art form in itself. And as long as things don't feel forced or they don't feel out of place or they don't feel like not enough thought was put into them and it kind of feels slapped together, I think that is more of a problem for me than anything else. Because again, you can tell whatever story you want to tell, you can do whatever you're going to do, especially in whatever your art form is. But it has to make sense, right? I think that matters more than anything. Because I at least notice that people have more of a issue with you not being able to tell good stories versus however the characters are. At least from what I see from people. A lot of the time, that's where it stems from, and then all the extra shit gets tacked on top. Not only is this person, it's just for an example, not only is this person like dudes, but he also has blue hair, and he also is flamboyant, and he also is sleep with 100 dudes, and he also likes to wear assless chaps, and he also is a Democrat, and then he's also like there's just all these other things that add on to it off of him not just being a good character, right? So I think there's a lot of the solutions can definitely be found, at least starting from there and then kind of going out. Because to be JB 1521's point, that's why I've never had a problem with that. But he's like he's mentioned, people have been gay since the beginning of time. Yeah, bro. Yes, people have been moving like this, bro. Like there's been a lot of people with a lot of different, bro. There's been people born with different parts and all that stuff since the beginning of time. Now, were these people stoned and ostracized and all these other things back in the day? Yes. Should we be doing that to to people today? No. People can't control how they were born, man. When it comes to the actual physical side of things. But again, the conversation gets complicated, and I don't want to run off into some whole other thing with that because, again, people feel differently.
We've covered it. We've covered it too.
We have.
I mean, we've gone into it again. There is conversations to be had about the reasons behind it, and there are conversations that are relative and actual, I think, well thought out. Arguments on both sides for different aspects of this. And I think the problem is that everybody's gets shut down now by just everybody calling everybody a grifter or everybody an ist or everybody an Otzi or everybody, whatever name you want to use to get out of actually having a real discussion about somebody's valid point. Are there plenty of people, as I've always said, on both sides who don't have any other reason to be involved in the conversation other than they just want to be there for their ego's sake, and they just throw out nonsense and bullshit onto it and muddle everything and take away from the actual conversations. Absolutely, there's a ton of that going on, but there are real conversations to be had. But this will continue. Again, it is a culture where whether we like it or not, whether we agree or not, doesn't matter. This will continue. So it's not going to go away. Like, just because everybody wants it to go away, or just because you feel your side is the only right way, it's not going to go away. Yeah, it's not going to go away anytime soon. So it's where we're at, man. This is where we're at. So anyways.
None of this stuff bothers me. I'm confident in who I am as an individual, so it's not all the extra stuff. That's all I can ask for anybody that's out there listening, everybody that's tuning in. Just try to make sure that you're comfortable with you as a person before you start attacking other stuff.
And make your decisions, man. And again, I'll just ask everybody, like Steele and I always do here, why we do tackle some conversations that you won't hear on a whole lot of podcasts, or talk to the chat. And discuss things that a lot of places just refuse to even acknowledge, is because we do believe in the older way of society where we did have open conversations about touchy subjects, and it didn't devolve into personal attacks. It didn't devolve into
never
black and white. I'm right, you're wrong, you're evil, I'm good. I hate you. That's what we've done now. There's no real conversations happening in the gray area where we could still disagree at the end of the day and not convince each other of anything, but we can both get valid points out. We encourage that here, obviously. And so again, just, that's what we're about on Living Split Screen. So anyways.
Yeah, well, we're going to touch it. We're going to be all over the place and get all touchy feely.
We do that too.
No, we definitely do. So yeah, man, just, figure out what's for you. I will say, I see you guys talking about, I saw Crow mentioning Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and people, I heard ACG talking about it. He says, if you're expecting different combat in the second game from the first game, it's not different. It's literally the same, but improved.
Correct.
Yep. So, if you didn't like the combat in the first game, you're not going to like the combat in the second game. That's kind of how he pitched it. It's just improved more. He did hint to some other things. First-person
melee combat, bro. Yeah. Sword and shield a lot of times, and you do need to use your shield. Like, this is more on the hardcore level. This is not an arcadey type Assassin's Creed game. I shouldn't use Assassin's Creed because Assassin's Creed is third person, but I'm just saying it's not that type of game. This is hardcore. Like, your weight matters, your stamina matters. You got to block. You've got to use parry. You can direct your sword. If you've never played Kingdom Come Deliverance, you can actually control the direction of your sword and hit in different areas, which causes different injuries to the other person. And the same goes for you. They can come at you at different angles, and you have to learn how to block different angles or parry at different angles. So it's hardcore. I'm not calling it Souls, but it's hardcore combat, man, from a first-person perspective, which is obviously difficult in Melee.
I've seen some people comparing it to like it's a medieval Stalker.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
That's what I saw people comparing.
It's a medieval survival. Yes. Yeah. It's a medieval survival game for sure. RPG, medieval survival RPG. Yep. But
I heard it's performing well as far as performance goes. I saw.
Yeah. Everybody who played it said it's freaking simply fantastic. And the choices and consequences off the charts, bro. So, I mean, again, exploration off the charts, and it's obviously much more RPG than Stalker is, because you build up your skills. So like, if you want to become a alchemist, right, you got to go pick plants, which increases your gathering ability. Like you get points like in very specific areas. So that you really customize how you want to play that game, and you are living on the edge at all times, money wise, all that stuff. Again, it's tough, man. It ain't.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Mm-hmm. I thought I was going to be jumping into it, but I got too many things on my plate, man, that I'm wanting to play, and other things that I want to focus on. If I am going to start making some content, again, I want you guys to hold me accountable. When I tell you I'm gonna be trying to make content for Monster Hunter Wilds, I want you guys to hold me accountable. Say, Steel, where's the Monster Hunter Wilds content? I'm gonna be like, hey man, it's coming. I'm gonna deliver it to you tomorrow. But no, yeah, man, a lot of interesting conversation to be had up front, but I think the most interesting way that we can take this conversation today is jumping directly in off the porch and into this PlayStation news here for the canceled games that we've heard about. Now, I want to leave this conversation off because I will be pulling an article from IGN. This is written by Wesley Yin Poole. So shout out to Wesley. This article is going to be covering PlayStation legend Shuhei Yoshida would have tried to resist Sony's live service push. From what I've seen, they also get a little bit, they include everything that has kind of happened this week. You're good. But for those who are unfamiliar, there were some games that have been canceled this week, supposedly live service games. There was a God of War game and another game as well that ended up being booked, or they ended up being canceled. The opposite side of the conversation that I've been hearing thus far has been people mentioning that, there's cancellations happening behind the scenes all the time. Why is everybody worried about these cancellations? Man, this is the best thing that Sony could have done. They need to stop working on these live service games. Why are they making these games? Sony, I need you to make these single player games, man. That's what you're good at. And to me, I have to ask, what crack are y'all smoking? I have to. All the people that are saying that this is a good thing for Sony, I have to disagree, mainly because of the time and investment that it obviously has taken to develop these games conceptually, and then also move into development. Factions is always going to be an anchor for me as far as this topic goes, because it just stems off from there, right? After what I have seen, what has happened to factions over the years and the blatant disregard for it, as well as Sony's blatant disregard for multiplayer gaming as is, especially from first party. Again, you look at a game that we've also heard about, the Spider-Man multiplayer game that is supposedly was being made. Now you have modders that are actually getting a mod for co-op Spider-Man. They're starting with the 2018 version, which the PC version of Spider-Man, that first game, and doing 16-player co-op that this mod is going to be able to introduce. And you look at Sony and ask yourself, like, damn, a Spider-Man multiplayer game, at least borderline co-op, because that's just some of what we were expecting and some of what we were hoping for. I know me and Pong had mentioned that early on before Spider-Man 2 had released, that we were hoping that, man, maybe Spider-Man 2 would introduce co-op. Having Miles, Peter being able to swing through the city, tag team, fight different enemies, bosses, things that you can expand out, create season passes around, create DLC around. And obviously that they had that idea, had all the characters, had Gwen, and all the different Spider-Noir. They had a bunch of different Spider-Man 2099, a bunch of different ones in there. And for a company that is seemingly looking for their live service success, you would kind of think that a game like Spider-Man would be one of your easiest points of access, especially with how much you're paying for the license for the IP. I think you'd want to offset that as much as possible, but they shut it down. Now you have a modder working on it in the background. Hopefully that modder gets pitched for a deal or whatever to be brought on board to really make something special for Sony, because I do think that would be a major way to breathe a lot of life, not only into the IP, but into the player base. Something that can be really cool. It can be even a looter melee kind of style game where you end up creating your own kind of Spider-Man and you get these other suits and cosmetics that you can use. But then again, when you use factions as an anchor, factions being the third person cover based, real feeling kind of experience, and going through the first game and playing the multiplayer in there, and for me, having all the feelings that I got from that and seeing the potential in it and just wanting it to be moved forward, right? Especially in the modern era. That is a unique experience that there's not a lot of good third person multiplayer games that are out there, right? We haven't got SOCOM back. They're not trying to reinvent SOCOM, or at least they haven't yet. And I thought that Factions, The Last of Us, was another IP for Sony that would be very easy to monetize and build out and create a larger fan base off of, right? No other experience that it's out there that's like that. And you see what is ongoing now, right? There's supposed to be 12 live service games being pushed out there. Shout out to Jim Ryan trying to push that ball forward, get those things in motion. And now we're hearing about a potentially canceled God of War multiplayer game that was canceled, along with some others. Now, again, I don't know about God of War being a decent multiplayer game. They obviously haven't canceled their Horizon multiplayer game. I think that's still in the works. But you do have a competitor. I would consider a competitor. You do have an outside developer who has now taken your idea of Dinobots and kind of applied the Power World formula to it and are bringing the survival action combat to a genre to a game that looks very similar to yours in Horizon. There's just too many missed opportunities that are coming up and too many scenarios and situations that are demonstrating to me, and this is the biggest reason why I will not invest in PlayStation, at least not right now, until they show me something different. Why I will wait for the games to come to whatever platform that I have access their games. The last time that I think that Sony put out a good game was the first Last of Us. Now, you may disagree. You may send me steel. There's 1,000 games that released on a Sony console that were the greatest games that you've ever played. And I can
Tsushima up there, bro.
Nah, I wouldn't put Ghost of Tsushima up there.
That last good game. You're not even gonna say Ghost was good.
I haven't completed it, so I wouldn't be able to speak on whether. I mean, it's a well designed. It's a impression wise, sure, it's good, but I wouldn't put it up there with like Last of Us. As far as what I mean by that, I specifically bought a PlayStation 3 when I saw my cousin playing Last of Us online, right? So when I'm talking about like games for me that were impressionable, that were like great games to me, that give me a reason to believe in the PlayStation brand.
Okay, so we're going Tsushima route because of multiplayer. The last
not just multiplayer. Ghost of Tsushima wouldn't be up there for me because I still think Valhalla is a better game. I still think the Assassin's Creed games it's just a knockoff of an Assassin's Creed game. I do think I do think that it's designed well and it's more refined than you would find in an Assassin's Creed game, for sure. But I don't think that it's so. Point being, especially after playing Where Winds Meet completely jaded my entire outlook and how I would even look at Ghost of Tsushima, right? As an example, and again, that's a completely separate game anyway, and it plays different. But because Ghost of Tsushima is not a standout PlayStation game to me. Neither are the Uncharted game, neither is Days Gone. None of those games are standout games to me or reasons for me to get invested in the platform. Again, Gundam Breaker 3 I didn't get the game because it was a multiplayer game. I got it because I was a Gundam fan, right? And that's why I got a PlayStation 4, which in turn allowed me to play Spider-Man 2018, which Spider-Man wasn't a multiplayer game, but I thought it was going to be one of the better Spider-Man games of the modern era, and it did end up being that for me. I felt like it was a really good Spider-Man game for the modern era, and we're finding out that the second game, per other folks are saying that 2 doesn't hit as strong as the first game does, which is very weird for your second game, especially for a big IP like Spider-Man, but that's neither here or there. But for me, I still have not found a reason to truly have faith in Sony. And yes, if you want to, we want to lean more on the multiplayer side of things, because that's where I am going to definitely be coming from more so than anything. For sure, because I'm not single player focused, right? There are single player games that do interest me, but that's not a reason that's going to be like, oh man, I gotta jump in there, right? I only played The Last of Us story because traditionally when I play a game, I like to play all of the game, right? Like Gears of War. Yeah, I like the multiplayer in Gears of War, but I got introduced to Gears of War through story, right? And then I played multiplayer. I was like, damn, this is the greatest. This was some of the greatest shit I've ever played. Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is great. I don't think it is bad. I don't think that it's that great. Like, I would actually be satisfied never playing Helldivers 2 again. I would be satisfied with that. I enjoyed the experience that I had with it. But it's not like if it was just like me saying, I'm not thinking about Helldivers anymore. I don't see myself thinking about Helldivers anymore. But it's also, we are also in an era where we're getting so many other games that are releasing back to back. You don't get time to really live with games. It's not like Helldivers 2 came out and it's the only game out for the next 6 months, right? We don't have that anymore. So I am going to be more critical about games that are coming out now, especially because of my personal taste and things that I'm interested in. Now, back to the point that I was making, for me, Sony hasn't hit that mark since the original Last of Us, right? There has not been another game since then that has spoken to me in that same manner, right? Outside of Spider-Man, but again, that was happenstance. I just found out that Spider-Man was releasing on PlayStation after I got my console, the PlayStation 4, for different reasons. Nixie says, I think you like online games that have a good to deep progression system still, just my guess. Yeah, of course I do. I am the dude, and I've said this plenty of times, I am the dude who likes to live in game. I like to find the perfect game for steal. Have I found that game? No, the last game that was for me was Black Desert Online. Before that, it was Destiny 2. Before that, it was Gears. Before that, it was Halo, right? And there's other games that get thrown in there as well. And again, lost for words. He throws in the 2 euro bones and says, Ghost of Tsushima is much better than Valhalla. I disagree. I'm not saying that one is necessarily better than the other. I want to retract that a little bit. I found the combat in Ghost of Tsushima more repetitive than I did in Valhalla. Again, I didn't find Valhalla repetitive until I got to the 100-hour mark. And I was like, bro, where the hell am I at in this goddamn game? Right? So for me, I'm going to say Valhalla is the better game. And I do think the Assassin's Creed games continue to do better with that formula, because Horizon Zero Dawn did not hit that formula right either for me. And I do think it is the exact same formula that everybody says that they don't like. The Ubisoft formula. They do the exact same things. Go to this point. Unlock this. Go over here. Unlock this. Climb on top of here. Ooh, now you can see all this map now. Horizon was really bad about that. And Horizon Zero Dawn was more boring than any other fucking open world game that I've played in a while. To me. In open world. Nixie says, yeah, then I totally understand why you may not like Helldivers 2 long term. It's fine. Different flavors for different people. Yeah, 100%. And again, I'm not shitting on Helldivers. But to Nixie's point, Helldivers, no, it does not have that long-term progression. I'm also more PvP focused. So certain PvE games are not going to keep me for X amount of time. There is certain games that will, i.e. Monster Hunter, right? But that's also, I would consider that still a different style of game, right? I'm a Souls dude. So there's also that aspect speaking to it for me. So it's like, as much as I may be a PvP focused gamer, or that's like what mostly speaks to me, it's not like there aren't single player games or more narrative driven games that also aren't in pocket for me, right? I am just very picky. That's why I say all the time on the show, I know what I like. I know what I'm into. I will speak very strongly against I will very strongly speak for the things that I am into. And I would tell you directly what I like and what I don't like. That is why when I've went to PlayStation platforms and they tried to get me into this conversation about, oh, are you this or this kind of person or doing this? And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm just a gamer who likes these style of games, and I happen to like Xbox because of the ecosystem. I'm not the dude that you talk to every other day about, oh, these games and all this and exclusive shit, during platform. I'm not that dude. I play games wherever I get access to them, right? But there's just not enough on the PlayStation side of things. And that is the number one thing that I've been hoping for. That was the number one thing that I was hoping for from the PlayStation 4. And going into the PlayStation 5, because I've made the comment, I don't know if I did it on Live and Split Screen, but I know there's been shows previously where I made the comment that if Last of Us 2 released with multiplayer, that I would have bought a PlayStation 5. Guaranteed. It wouldn't have been a question. I wouldn't even have hesitated, because that's how strongly I feel about that. I am just now, years later, with Last of Us Part 2 coming to PC, thinking about possibly playing Last of Us just because of how many people continues to say. I keep hearing two different aspects. Some people say that the story is good, and then other people to say the story didn't go the way that they needed to. I need to fucking find out for myself now. I'll be able to do it with mods, but that's if I decide to jump into it. But I know that I am extremely picky as a gamer. I know that I can be very critical as a gamer as well, right? I try to lead with a lot of those things. Try to be very upfront. Hey, this is how I look. These are the type of games that I play. This is my style. I try to be very open about these things so nobody's surprised when they say, well, Steel, God of War isn't a great game. Yeah, technically speaking, God of War should be Steel's kind of game. It plays into a power fantasy. It's very over the top. You're dealing with gods. I played 2018. It didn't do a goddamn thing for me. I played it for a few hours on one of the harder difficulties, and it didn't do anything for me. Ghost of Tsushima, I still got it in my library. I like Ghost of Tsushima. But there's only so many times. I don't think that the whole standoff aspect of it is great. I almost never want to really truly interact with the standoff system in that game. Will I go back to Ghost of Tsushima? I don't know. I really wanted to play the PV, get into the multiplayer aspect of it as well. Looks like I may not end up doing that, because there's other games that are coming down the road, which is also the problem of the modern gamer, where when you're trying to make this push into live service, and you continue to fumble the ball and continue to dump development dollars into it, and then come out and say that, hey, nope, we're not doing it no more. While also in that same breadth, obviously are trying to find one that is going to work for you. To me, PlayStation seems lost. And I have personally felt that they have been lost since Last of Us, the first one. That was where they plateaued for me. I'm not including second and third party deals in this, or first party. That is where I feel they have plateaued. The first Last of Us. And I get the second Last of Us is better game mechanic wise and all of that stuff. 100%. You know what the second Last of Us doesn't have? Multiplayer. And it's crazy that games like Space Marine 2, as an example, third party. This kind of ties into what I was speaking to earlier about why are second and third party companies able to do certain things that first party can't do. So for whatever reason, how come Space Marine can tack on a multiplayer, see the support that they get, choose to build out their multiplayer over time because they see that there's an audience for it, but a studio like Naughty Dog can't? Oh, we gotta be a live service company if we do that. We don't want to be a live service company. We just want to make single player games. Nobody said you fucking needed that. Nobody said it needed to be all that. Returnal, Decado is another one. Returnal, I think Returnal is another one that is a good standout for Sony. For the PlayStation 5, I think one of the best games from PlayStation 5 is probably Returnal. For sure. Just because of how unique that game is. And the game has co-op now. I still want to play that co-op. From the little co-op that I played in that game, that seemed fun as fuck. And that's another one of those it's a roguelike. And they added co-op later. And I think that was a fantastic add-on. But who the fuck is talking about it? I didn't see people talking about it. You have to go into these dark alleyways to find out whether somebody played certain games in co-op or if they played the Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer or if they played the Last of Us multiplayer. You got to find the hardcore of the hardcore to find out whether these things existed. But let's get into this article real quick. And I'm going to pass it off to my brother Pone. The article goes into say, and I'm going to pull up it on my show stuff screen. Hopefully I don't look too crazy. Okay, I don't look too crazy. Cool. Pull it up on a window here, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Bow, bow. All right. It goes into say, former PlayStation executive Shuhei Yoshida has said he would have tried to resist Sony's controversial live service video game push. Yoshida, who was president of SIE Worldwide Studios for Sony Interactive Entertainment from 2008 to 2019, told Kinda Funny Games that Sony always knew its investment in live service games was risky. If you knew your investment into live service games was risky, then why the fuck were you not beta testing this shit years in advance? So you needed Bungie to come in to tell you that you need to be demoing your game, that you need to be testing your game with the community? I don't think so. You could have just.
No. That PlayStation doesn't want any outside look at their games prior to Steel. They have a very hard time with this because that's the image they developed. You got to remember, it's the pristine image. That's something we questioned early on in this whole thing, is that whether or not PlayStation would be able to handle, or would be not handle, but would continue to support a games as a service game that came out and didn't necessarily succeed right away. Because, like we saw with Concord, immediate shutdown, wrap up, throw away the whole damn thing and clean the crime scene and act like it never happened. They don't want anything to diminish that image that they believe that they have, that everything they touch is quality Steel. And so allowing people to beta test, allowing the people to see games in less than prime form, to them would be an embarrassment. And especially if people went into the game and it was close to finishing, like Concord, and all of a sudden people said, this is trash, or you guys need to clean all this up. This is awful. What did you guys do? Why is this decision made here? What is this? That would be awful to them, Steel. Right? So I think that that's why they don't do that kind of stuff, and why they would go buy a Bungie to help them internally make decisions on these types of games before showing them to the public. I mean, they were straight up confident Concord. Straight up.
No, again, they called it Star Wars.
Right. Herman Hulse was straight up like absolutely in love with this game. Like this was going to be the next greatest thing since sliced bread. Right? So
I think that there should be so many more people just talking about that specific point by itself, that you have a guy in Herman Hulse who is still at PlayStation who thought that Concord was on the level of Star Wars. Again, I hear you being confident in a product. I get you. But look what you're comparing it to. Y'all thought that was going to be it. And it didn't end up being that. Nixie's brings up a point, Pong, here. He says, Pong, not 100% correct or accurate, excuse me. He says, Sony uses third party to mock review their games. And he adds on and says, Shuhei said the live service is risky. Why should someone be surprised by that statement? Sounds normal.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally normal.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with that statement. It's how you handle them. They use third party to, right, but not publicly. That's my. Did they ever show off Destruction All-Stars? Did they ever give a beta test of Destruction All-Stars?
I don't think so. No,
I can't remember. I honestly,
from what I remember, they just released it.
Okay, so they were confident in Destruction All-Stars. They show off Destruction All-Stars.
They showed it and then released
push back instantaneously. They realize, holy shit, we can't launch this as a full price game. One of their first embarrassments out the gate this generation, right?
I keep forgetting.
And what did they do? They cut the price and threw it out there anyways, right? But they cut the price and threw it out there. But did they continuously build out that game? No.
I heard people having fun with it too.
They did the initial support that they had already planned, right? They did the initial support, but they let that kind of cool off. Foam Stars. That's a Square Enix title. So I get that, right? That's a Square Enix title, but it was an exclusive to PlayStation. PlayStation supported that. If PlayStation wanted Foam Stars to survive, PlayStation certainly could support that game, but they let it die. They act like these games never happened and they memory hold them, right? That was always the question. Again, that's fine. I don't have a problem with. My point being was, I don't believe we see public beta testing. I don't believe we see these games in the public's hands early at any point. I don't think we will, because to Sony, when the public first sees their games, they want it to be the premium quality that Sony believes that they produce on a regular basis, right? So that is kind of the box they put themselves in, and it's fine. You could do it that way. They've obviously cultivated a rabid fan base. I've always said this, based upon that premium content, and to show it off in any other state would detract from that in Sony's eyes. Again, if I'm wrong, I'm completely wrong, but obviously we don't have any history of them doing that publicly that I can remember. That's why I was honestly asking if Destruction All-Stars ever got a beta. I just don't remember them ever doing that. Currently, like PS4, through this generation, allowing people to get around, to see the games before they were ready to do a beta test on games as a service. I just don't think that was ever going to happen. But anyways,
yeah. Yoshida goes on to continue to say, Yoshida's comments come amid a tumultuous time for PlayStation live service games. While Arrowhead's Helldivers 2 was a breakout hit, becoming the fastest selling PlayStation Studios game of all time with 12 million copies sold in just 12 weeks, Sony's other live service games were either canceled or suffered disastrous launches. Indeed, Sony's Concord is one of the biggest video game disasters in PlayStation history. I would say gaming history. It's one of the biggest disasters, lasting just a couple weeks before it was brought offline amid eye-wateringly low player numbers. Sony later decided to kill the game entirely and shut its developer. Now, Nixie, you make the point that every company that releases a live service game, whether they did a beta test or not, think they have a potential winner. And Nixie, the problem with that, they can find out whether they have a winner or not by early testing their game earlier. Why does it take second and third parties to send their games out to get close? There's closed alphas and betas for a reason. You can do a closed alpha and say, hey, this is the baseline of the game. What do y'all think? Hey, this is the baseline of, hey, here's another closed beta. Baseline of the game. What do you think? Gotcha games do it. Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, both had beta tests 2 years in advance. Multiple tests. They had a closed alpha to start, and then they had multiple closed betas to follow up. And no, I get that testing does not mean that it's going to be a winner or that it's going to be a winner or not. but it at least gives you a better idea of what you need to work on in the game. It'll at least put it on better feet than you would have otherwise. Because if 2 years in advance, you would have shown people the character designs of Concord. And again, people were already speaking to it when you compared them to Guardians of the Galaxy, right? But if people already saw these characters in play 2 years prior, they could have made those comments. Hey, man, the game is okay, but maybe we don't think the characters work. Or maybe the game doesn't quite work the way that we would like. Maybe these things need changes. And then you open it up. You do an open beta. And then when you actually do an open beta, you get more than 100 people playing the open beta. We're talking about a game that is from a first party, from first party. That's what makes it even worse, because it's not like it's a second or third party developer that is making, or some indie developer that's making the game. This is first party that's making it. So if anybody should have the most attention on it, it should be a PlayStation as a brand. PlayStation released Concord. Concord should have been one of the more popular games out there because it's PlayStation, right? At least that's the idea. Jeff Sifrit says they have it since they were SOE, Sony Online Entertainment, and they were publishing MMOs like EverQuest and Star Wars Galaxies back in the 90s and early 2000s. Again, there's bits and pieces of history that show you that they had opportunities. Again, SOCOM gets brought up all the time. That is another one in a space where there's a very limited amount of good third-person shooters. Why isn't the publisher that has some of the best third-person games on the market trying to step out in the third-person shooter market? You don't have any other competition. Gears died down. Ghost Recon isn't where it's supposed to be. Fortnite is the closest thing, but you're talking about milsim. You're talking about a military game. You're not talking about a cartoon style game. I just think that there was a space that they could have fit in, and they didn't take advantage. That is a miss for me. That shows me a lack of vision to me. That's to me. Let me continue. It has proved a costly failure for Sony Concord. Concord's initial development deal was around $200 million, according to a report by Kotaku. It said the $200 million was not enough to fund Concord's entire development, nor did it include the purchase of the Concord IP rights or Firewalk Studios itself. The Concord flop came after Sony had already canceled Naughty Dog's The Last of Us multiplayer game. And just this week, Sony reportedly canceled 2 unannounced live service games. One, a God of War title in development at Bluepoint, the other in the works at Days Gone developer Bend. Days Gone, I can see being a decently fun extraction shooter style game. I could see that. Or just a zombie game in general that you can play in co-op. I could see them having some potential in that. Obviously, they didn't. Okay. So neither Last of Us multiplayer or a Days Gone multiplayer was good enough for you guys. So what is it? If we're going to lead with, because someone would have been hearing from people is that, oh, great, they stopped it. And to your point that you were making, Pong, about Sony's quality, right? They have a certain level of expectation from them, so they're scared to show it off early, or they want things to be a certain way. These games have been in development for years. Why did it get greenlit if this wasn't a possibility? If it wasn't going to work? Are you saying that these developers aren't talented enough to make these style of games? Is that what happened? That they spent 2, 3, 6 years developing PvP styled games or multiplayer styled games, and they lacked the talent, the know-how to make something that was going to be decent? Or, to Paul's point, if decent isn't good enough, that wasn't going to be good? Because I also heard people saying, oh, well, Concord's got them scared. They don't want to release a game that's going to have the Concord effect. You thought the Last of Us multiplayer game was going to have the Concord effect? You thought a Days Gone co-op style multiplayer game was going to have the Concord effect? Were you spending $400 million on that game too? On these games to be developed as well? What are your devs doing? Because Bluepoint remade Demon Souls. So the very next thing you put them on after Demon Souls is a God of War multiplayer game? And now some people are saying that, oh, well, you know, that was a bad idea already. Who wants to play a multiplayer God of War game? Well, I mean, the idea is good enough. You could have played co-op. Somebody could have played Atreus. They could have involved other gods. I mean, I don't necessarily know how that works, but I'm not the person developing the game. And again, if it took you multiple years to decide that finally these games were in development, they didn't say, oh, these games were in concept and they said they're not going to move forward with them. These were games in development. Brett Bingham says, Steel Pong was listening earlier about that spa massage. Hey, if you have never gone, I recommend at least going once. Hey, shout out to you, man. Nixie says, project get canceled. As a customer, I'm happy my time isn't wasted. I don't get the concept of that. But what you're trying to say, Nixie. Like I get what you're trying to say. Yes, projects get canceled all the time, B. I hear you. But what do you say about the time and money spent on big IP to create live service games? What are these people doing now? What are they going to move into now? That is now going to take additional time, because maybe you could have worked on a Resistance remake instead, if you didn't have faith in this direction. Paul, it looked like you wanted to say something. What were you going to say?
No, I mean, I don't understand the arguments. So again, sure,
okay.
Projects get canceled all the time, but not this deep into development. This isn't normal. Okay, I've heard this all week too, trying to be, again, if this was normal, then nobody would have said anything about Xbox, unless now we are going to admit that there's an Xbox tax and people just talk about Xbox because it's Microsoft, unless you want to go down that road again and have that argument all over again. Sure, lots of projects get canceled in early stages. Absolutely. There's ideas that are even partially developed out, storyboarded, ready to move into development, that they get canceled. All forms of that. Not this deep in. I will not hear that, Nixie, that all of a sudden a bunch of studios around the world, whoever it is, it doesn't matter who it is, that all these publishers are throwing away tens of millions to now potentially hundreds of millions of dollars on projects all the damn time. No. I'm not going to hear that fact. I'm not going to hear that studios have been working on games for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and all of a sudden they're canceled on a normal basis. Again, early projects, abso-freaking-lutely. That happens all the fucking time, more than we've ever known before. But again, there's a reason why this became a thing, especially between PS4 generation and this generation. So where the conversation started happening. And there's a reason why, again, Jeff Grubb is out here saying that this is the ripple effect from Concord. So this is not normal, to your point, Nixie. This happened, if you're going to believe that, and obviously there's probably a pretty good chance that that's one of the parts of this, a major part of it, that this is not a normal situation. So you can't just dismiss it as an everyday thing. They legitimately told Ben's studio that they could not work on a sequel to a title that ultimately wound up selling 8 million copies, even if it took 6 years or whatever it was to do that, and told them you got to go work on a games as a service, and made them go into an IP, a brand new IP in a games as a service field, and then cancel it 3-4 years later when they could be ready to reveal Days Gone 2. That honestly, with the cult following that Days Gone got, and this goes back to my point about PlayStation protecting that premium quality, most places would be pretty damn happy with an 8 million sold gain, even if it did take years down the road, but that gained a cult following where people were asking for that sequel. But to Sony, that was a stain on them because the reviews, and we know this, we've heard this, the reviews for Days Gone did not meet Sony's standards. That's why they told Ben they couldn't go do it. But they could have had that game coming out right now. How cool would that have been? They could have sold, maybe they wouldn't have sold 10 million copies out the gate. But once if they sold, let's say they sold 3 million in the first year. Let's say they sold 5 million in the first 2 years. Let's say they reach 8 million in 3 years instead of the 6 years. Would that not be ultimately a success versus this? Absolutely it would. So I can't hear this argument. Oh, we just hear more about it now because social media and because we've got so many insiders and journalists now who report on this stuff. Bullshit. Not this deep into development. I will not agree with that argument. Continues.
Theme says, so we just throw a game out there and see if it hits. Nah, that's not what I said. I led up into the conversation saying that there's so many different ways for you to test the product to see if it is even going to be a viable product in the first place. There's testing being done for a reason. It should be a reflection on the market.
So once again, Nixie, not looking at things in a silo. Again, I love these terms this community comes up with. I love you guys. I love all of you. You guys try to do the shit. Not looking at things in terms of a silo. Having them waste 3 years on this games as a service, was that within the budget? Do you think that was better money spent? Taking yourself outside the box. It doesn't matter if it's Monday morning quarterbacking. It doesn't matter if hindsight is 2020. Do you think Sony would rather have a Days Gone 2 right now or a games as a service? And again, then we got to start going up the chain, taking yourself out of the silo then, Nixie. Then you got to go up. Who's making the decisions, right? Who's making the decisions to greenlight these games for years at a time and not canceling early in production, saying that's not going to be good enough?
Well, people would say Jim Ryan. People would say
that's bullshit, and we know that too. That's bullshit, and I've been hearing
that's where the conversation is going.
Again, Herman Hulse is getting defended left and right here when ultimately he was the right-hand man to Jim. Jim was the numbers guy. He had Herman as his right-hand man to let him have a gamer's eye on the game projects. And Herman's track record right now can be called into question. So again, if you've got the money men, and I agree with you there, Nixie, the money men, right, will make terrible decisions. We talk about this all the time when it comes to games, but I'm just saying, looking at it, right, looking at it now from the full scope of things, would they rather have a Days Gone 2, or would you rather have this wasted 3 years, 4 years, whatever it's been that Ben has spent on this brand new games as a service IP that is now thrown away and trashed? Right?
I think they could have churned out a Days Gone 2 in 4 years.
And there's plenty of examples also, Nixie, throughout the industry where
this has an example.
The money men don't make that same decision at other places. So you can't say that's even a standard just because, oh, the money didn't make sense because it's a silo situation that we're looking at it, but the money doesn't make sense. So that's not how they make those decisions based on for a sequel. We have other studios and publishers, big studios and publishers who do make those different decisions and they do work out. Right? Again, this whole industry is high risk. There's no question about it.
Oh, yeah. 1,000%.
But at the end of the day, right now, just looking at, again, Sony, I don't understand the concept of why Nintendo can't be criticized, Sony can't be criticized. And when you do criticize it, there will be people that will come out and say, oh, you can criticize the companies, but you've got all these rules that you have to follow. And your criticism better follow all these rules. But with Microsoft and Xbox, it's a free-for-all. Like no holds barred, wild west, call out anything, actually lie, as we saw this week, and have people run with it like it's so true. Like, I just don't understand why we go, oh, but no. You're talking about Nintendo and Sony. So now you have to take a different look at things. Now you can't just run wild with criticism, right? Now you can't just go ahead and say, well, this was actually mismanagement. This is actually an example perfectly, this entire games as a service initiative of mismanagement. Flat out. And there's still one dude who's in charge now. who had a lot of the decision-making power that now everybody else is protecting. Why is that? Again, when it comes to Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, oh shit, people say, get fired, get rid of them, they're shit, they're terrible, all of that shit for years. But man, over here, oh hell no. First it was Jim Ryan was protected. Then finally people kind of started realizing that maybe Jim wasn't on their side with the whole single player exclusive deal. So then the sentiment kind of turned a little bit. He got his cookies on his way out, and everybody was like, yeah, Jim was the problem. Herman Hulst was the dude that had the gamer's eye. Herman Hulst was the one greenlighting this. Herman Hulst is literally the only reason that Horizon is being promoted as if it's sold as much as God of War and Spider-Man. That's coming from a Horizon fan. That dude is the only reason why Horizon is being pushed as if it is the best franchise they own right now. And there is no denying that with the amount of Horizon content that is coming out.
Yeah.
That is a Herman Hulst baby. But his decision-making, since they bumped Shuhei out of where he was because of what Steele's talking about in this article, his decision-making has been less than stellar. His track record is not great. And my question ultimately about this conversation will be whether or not, looking back at it, Shuhei should have remained in that position and Herman should have been bumped out. Down to indies. Or back to one of his studio positions. Right? But anyways, continue, Steele.
I mean, yeah. I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, good conversation. Nixie, I personally feel like maybe you're missing it, but
tit for tat. Oh my God, Nick!
It's all good. It's all
Nick, you do it on every weekend. I think you wake up every morning and go, oh, I got Pong this weekend. I got him on this one. I've sat here and criticized Xbox how often on here, Nixie? Come on, man. Come on. Anyways, continue.
He says they're going to say Yoshida, who left Sony this week after 31 years with the company, discussed PlayStation Live service in the interview with Kinda Funny, saying that if he were current Sony Interactive Entertainment Studio Business Group CEO Herman Hulst, he would have pushed back on the live service back when it emerged. And you do notice that he mentioned that he says Herman Hulst instead of Jim Ryan. And he did say this. Paris says, Phil Spencer is owed an apology. He warned of changes, but was told it was an Xbox problem, not an industry-wide problem. And Paris, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I mean, that is something that I've been speaking to, right? Having the vision. And again, when you're under Microsoft, I also understand the perspective of you having to answer certain questions and be able to change directions, with the company being the way that it's structured and being the way that it is. But I don't necessarily disagree. For me, Shuhei says, I was managing this budget, so I was responsible for allocating money to what kinds of games to make, Yoshida said. If the company was considering going that way, it probably didn't make sense to stop making another God of War or single-player game and put all that money into the live service game. And I think that's the point that I was making with Last of Us as an example. You didn't have to stop making a single-player games to create a multiplayer portion of it. Right? You just didn't, that's not something that had to happen that way. If you were still trying to build out your base, as quite obviously you were trying to, which is why you said that the game got bigger than what you anticipated, you could have dialed some things back, said, hey, let's let people test this. This is what we'll give you for now, and we'll see how people adapt to it. We'll see how people like it. We'll see if this is something that we can expand out. And maybe if you had enough people who came in and supported, you could have opened up an additional support studio to help you carry that game forward, so that Neil can continue to make whatever product he wanted to make. And then you would have had this other project team that you could have said under Naughty Dog or whatever you wanted to consider them. They could have been a flow team to say, hey, Last of Us multiplayer, work on this, see what you can do with it, see what the player base is looking like, get back to us with information after a year, 6 months to a year, to see what our player base is looking at, and maybe we release some of the additional content that we've been kind of putting out to this, that we've been working on, and maybe we tease some additional things, or maybe You didn't have to spend 4 years to find out whether that was going to be something that was going to be workable for you. That's all I'm saying. I mean, again, a year prior, they decided that the PvP, the multiplayer, is all of a sudden not going to release for The Last of Us. I can keep always going on a tangent about Last of Us. Anyway, goes on to say, however, what they did when I left and Herman Hulst took over is the company gave us a lot more resources. Of course they did. I don't think they told Herman to stop making single player games. They said, these games are great. Keep doing that. And we'll give you additional resources to work on those live service games and try it. Why is Shuhei not ever mentioned in Jim Ryan? And also, additionally,
because Shuhei is not that dude. So
I mean, I know he's not, but he is making a point to say Herman Hulst, right? That's not my focal point. He says the company gave us a lot more resources. So PlayStation knew what you were doing the entire time. And now with Concord's failure, everything that you had in development, all of a sudden that you thought were good ideas years prior, all of a sudden not good ideas. All of a sudden now we think that those games didn't meet a quality bar. Nobody tested it. Does anybody know what quality those games met? I haven't heard anything. Shit, the last thing I saw from Last of Us was concept art. I didn't see anything for Days Gone multiplayer. I saw Spider-Man multiplayer, and you know what? That trailer actually excited your fan base versus what people thought it was going. I don't know what Sony thought it was going to do or not do. Apparently, they thought it wasn't going to be successful or wasn't going to do anything for the fan base because they canceled it. I'm sure they knew it was risky. The chance of a game becoming successful in this hugely competitive genre would be small. However, the company, knowing that risk, gave Herman the resources and chance to try it. I think that's the way they did it. In my mind, that's great. And hopefully some games will become successful. Luckily, Helldivers 2 did so well. Nobody expected that. So you can't plan a success in this industry. The thing that I'll say about Helldivers 2, especially from what I've heard from Pong, what I've did with my own research, Helldivers had an upward trajectory, right? Playing off of all the things that they were playing off, nobody anticipated that it was going to gain the traction that it did. It became a social phenomenon. On TikTok, if you're listening to this in 2025, TikTok's not completely shut down yet. So maybe if you're listening to it in the future, and I'm bringing up the name of TikTok, maybe you'll do a little bit of research. You'll find out what it is, if anything, if it continues or not. But nonetheless, it literally became a sensation online. You can't predict those things. But I also say, I know Helldivers 2 was also tested. At least from what I've heard behind the scenes. They had a good feeling about the game. They had at least their baseline support from their original players who played the first game. Again, things that play into it. That's the most fun part of this business. I hope that this strategy will work in the end. And if I was in Herman's position, probably I would have tried to resist that direction. Maybe that's one of the reasons they removed me from the first party. In a recent financial call, Sony president, CEO, and CFO Hiroki Totoki said the company had learned lessons from both the record-breaking launch of Helldivers 2 earlier this year and Concord's failure. On Concord specifically, Totoki said Sony should have run its development gates, such as user testing or internal valuation, much earlier than we did. Well, Jesus fucking Christ. Isn't that just what we spent the first 15 minutes of this topic talking about? That maybe some of this thing should have been happening way earlier on. This probably should have happened when they decided that they needed to spend an additional $200 million on the game. They probably should have started testing it then to find out whether it was a worthy investment. Like JB1521 says, that is basic video game development. And to me, I don't understand the concept of we're in 2025. We're in even the 2020s in general, in the 2000s, after the year 2014, 2010 even. Why are you not looking at all the games that are being made? Why is somebody not looking at all these games being made and saying, you know what, maybe we should take from this, maybe we pull from there, maybe we get these ideas from here. Oh, how is their live service games? You know, we could have looked at Destiny's strategy of live service without actually buying Destiny to get their live service strategy. Like, and I heard people actually make the excuse for, well, I'm not going to say the excuse, but make the case for Destiny that the reason that it worked as well as it did because they brought on all these focus groups and people who can focus on consumer mentality and all these other great things. So it was smart for Sony to get them involved because Bungie could help them understand consumer mentality and all these other great things when that has not been Sony's strategy this entire time. And Sony really has quality games. So Sony should have faith and belief in the quality of their product. I thought that's why people loved Sony. I thought that's why people loved PlayStation. And I continue to get information. For me, Sony should have run its development gates, such as user testing or internal evaluation, much earlier than we did. Xbox said something very similar. They said this with Redfall, that we should have helped out much earlier than we did. Now, with Redfall, the game was already pretty much at the end of its development, so it kind of was what it was. It was a co-op style of game. It's still different. But we gave Microsoft smoke for that as well. Goddamn right you should have fucking stepped in. Early. Nixie says, so if I'm understanding correctly, because of this interview, Shohei should have been the head of PlayStation. Fucking, he probably would have did better than anybody else up to this point. He had a good eye for Stellar Blade, and Stellar Blade did well, didn't it? He's the one that said, yeah, we should get that from what we got. Nixie says, why would Redfall cause a $500 million loss? What are you talking about, Nixie?
No, he's talking to other people in there.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what?
It Parasite go back.
I was like, what happened? What did I say? They guarded that. Well, Paul, y'all continue to have good conversation in there, man. He said, "Don't never let fanboys run a game company." Hey, it is. I guess it is what it is. If that's the way you see it. He goes on to say, currently we are still in the process of learning. Toki admitted, basically with regards to new IP, of course you don't know the result until you actually try it. So for our reflection, probably we need to have a lot of gates, including user testing or internal evaluation and the timing of such gates. We need to bring them forward. We should have done those gates much earlier than we did. Again, reiterating it. The suggestion here from Totoki was that Sony should have noticed and reacted to Concord's issue. Yeah, he said that. Totoki then went on to point fingers at Sony's siloed organization and Concord's release window, which may have caused cannibalization. Concord launched in August, not long after smash hit Black Myth Wukong hit PlayStation 5 and PC. I think that this has nothing to do with one another. Literally nothing to do with one another. Because if Concord was a good multiplayer game, the same way that people say that Marvel Rivals is just a knockoff Overwatch, then if Concord as a knockoff Overwatch as well, team-based shooter, then it would have done well regardless. We have siloed organization. So going beyond the boundaries of those organizations in terms of development and also sales, I think that could have been much smoother. And then going forward, in our own titles and in third-party titles, we do have many different windows, and we want to be able to select the right and optimal window so that we can deploy them in our own platform without cannibalization, so that we can maximize our performance in terms of title launches. During the same financial call, Sony Senior Vice President for Finance and IR, Sadahiko Hayakawa, compared the launches of Helldivers 2 and Concord, saying lessons learned would be shared throughout the business. We intend to share the lessons learned from our successes and our failures across our studios, including in the areas of title development and management, as well as the process of continually adding expanded content and scaling the service after its release, so as to strengthen our development management system. We intend to build on an optimum title portfolio during the current mid-range plan period that combines single-player games, which are our strength and which have a higher predictability of becoming hits due to our proven IP, with live service games that pursue upside while taking on a certain amount of risk upon release. Looking to the future, a number of PlayStation Live Service games remain in the works, including Bungie's Marathon, Guerrilla's Horizon Online, and Haven Studios' Fair Games. To me, just like David Jaffe, I do not take these people's words as the gospel. I take their words as insight. More insight than I have, more insight than you have, more insight than many people have. To give you perspective about something that may be going on behind the scenes. Again, if you're more so along the lines of example, like Nixie is in chat, who kind of feels like, hey, this is helping me save money by not greenlighting projects that may not have it together, essentially. Therefore benefiting me as a consumer, showing me that Sony can pivot when they need to. I hear you. I don't agree with you. And that's why I led into the conversation with how I feel about Sony as a company thus far. And Fahim, again, he says, can you really trust Jaffe these days? It's not about trust. Not about trusting what it's not always about 100% trusting what everybody has to say. For me, it's about taking in information and how do I feel about the information that I was given? Or what do I think about the information that I was given? Understanding, hey, these people are coming from this perspective. Who else around me do I know is in that perspective? You know what I do? I pull up more YouTube videos. I started watching more content of more of the ex-Bethesda devs being interviewed and whatnot, them talking about the different Bethesda games that have been made over the years. And I like to get into more dev conversation and see how devs are kind of feeling about things behind the scenes, what went into making particular products, what it actually takes, because that's going to be the only way that we can truly know what happens behind the scenes and why things go the way that they do. I haven't heard any dev come out and talk about why the Spider-Man multiplayer game was canceled. Are we ever going to get that information? Probably not. Could the answer just be, oh, it wasn't financially beneficial? Sure. Could the answer be that, oh, it wasn't a good game? It's hard for me to believe, because if we believe that these people are talented in these studios, then how come you couldn't? Why is it taking the community? And again, this goes right back into being able to build the game with the community, giving yourself the excuse, the room to build with the community, therefore knocking down one of those barriers that you feel is an issue, being able to test your game, guide your game, find out what your game is missing or needs or what is not working. Sony should have been doing the exact same thing that modders are doing. I feel the same way about FromSoft, as an example. Armored Core 6. Does not have full co-op all the way through, like stop, start. Doesn't have it. Where you can do all the missions together. Doesn't have it. A modder did it. Put it in the game. Works flawlessly. It all works in game. Matter of fact, you don't even have to do anything crazy. You got somebody on your friends list, you send them an invite, they join into your game, or you go into a certain menu screen, send them an invite, they join the game. Why couldn't FromSoft do that? It took a modder did it. And since a modder did it, why isn't a company like FromSoft, as an example, reaching out to this modder and saying, hey, we need to bring you on board? Or Sony, when these trailers for the multiplayer co-op mod that's going out for the Spider-Man PC version, Sony should be hitting that, finding out who this person is and saying, hey, as a business, we need to know how you were able to do this, because we tried to implement it and it didn't quite work the way that we wanted it to. Let's bring your talents in so we can really make something special. Because we need to fucking recoup the cost of our goddamn license fee. I think that would be a viable solution, a smart solution, a positive direction to take it, to find out what you can do with your IP. Yobi says, got a feeling that when those modders drop the Spider-Man 2018 multiplayer mod, is going to push a couple more million units. That's my belief. You know what's crazy about that, Yobi? They said when they get the mod working for the 2018 version of Spider-Man on PC, they're also going to do Spider-Man 2 when it releases on PC. And if they can get Spider-Man co-op working in Spider-Man 2 on PC, what does that say about the company that everybody says they have faith in? Shouldn't that give you reasons to doubt? Shouldn't that give you something to think about? I think it does. I think it should. And it's always going to be about financial decisions for any of the game companies. You know what else is a financial decision? Making sure to fucking test your game before you release it. Especially when you're in the live service market and you know that it's a tough market. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. And yeah, Yobi, he's planning on doing it for part 2 as well. 1000%. He said the modder, he couldn't give a timeline because the one for the first one isn't out yet. But he said after it releases, that's gonna be one of the first things that he does. Nixie says mods are gaming hobby enthusiasts at heart, apple to oranges. My point being though, wouldn't that still be a dev? You can be a hobby enthusiast, a gaming hobby enthusiast, whatever the case. I get that. But those should be, we can't be the first people that always see these things happen, or we can't always be the first people who get these ideas. If this person is just the most magical person that exists on planet Earth, and he was the only person that was ever able to make or to create this product or to make it work this way, then that's somebody you got to be on the line with immediately and turn around and make an announcement. PlayStation has teamed up with such and such to deliver a Spider-Man multiplayer experience for fans to enjoy. You know how much hype that would create? You know how many more copies of the game that you would sell just off rip, hearing that that's coming? Oh man, that's a fucking dope con. All these different outfits, costumes. You say I can jump in the air with my homies and fight all these people, especially if you create like a whole system around it, fighting baddies, and they can spawn in at different points, and however you would do it. I don't have all the ideas. I'm not a dev. I don't know how you would even go about doing that. But I can see the vision. That's the main thing I'm speaking to. It's very unfortunate that there aren't enough people seeing what the issue is with this. But I'm also not telling that you have to see it how I do. I appreciate Sony. I don't like PlayStation. Sony as a brand has been iconic for me. PlayStation, used to be something that was iconic to me. I don't see what their vision is right now. And matter of fact, I think their vision is bringing games to PC sooner than ever before. Because even Shuei put it out there that people should be supporting the remasters and remakes so that Sony can continue developing the games that they like. Because Sony is not getting that cut from COD no more. That Sony admitted that they use to create the games that they make. Sony is looking for a live service success, and Marathon can be that for them. Marathon is also going to be everywhere. So why not put more of your games everywhere? And I think that's the direction they're going to go. So, Nixie says, sadly, still, we are getting further away from the art of it. It's more about the dollar than ever before because there's not much juice to squeeze from the orange, profits from revenue. And I get you. And I could definitely hear that. And it definitely, at the end of the day, it is, gaming is a business. But with it being a business, I just think that you would also want to make some smarter decisions with your business. And if this is what they're saying is their smarter decisions, I just don't agree with it. I don't see the vision. That's why there's a lack of that for me, and why I will always continue to speak up about that. So, they continue to resist. They're pushing the live service, and I don't know what their answer is. I want there to be one. I don't think keeping games exclusive is the answer, but we'll see what they decide to do. Will SOCOM come back? Will Factions ever come back? Will there be a Spider-Man multiplayer? Will there be what multiplayer game you're going to make? Because I don't think the Horizon multiplayer game is going to hit the way that you think that it is either. Fair games. I mean, I guess we'll see when they end up putting theirs out. But there's nothing else on that list for me. So, Pong, is there anything else that you would like to add on to the back end of the Sony live service push and their resistance to it, man? Again, I know I'm extremely critical. You know, I'm more of a multiplayer focused gamer, so I'm always going to be coming from an extreme critical position as far as that goes. Parasite Green mentions even Wipeout in chat. Like, why do we not have a modern Wipeout that kind of harkens back into why I even like Prodigy in the first place? Hearing Firestarter on Wipeout back in the day, bro, there was no better moment than that. I don't see that happening today. I don't see where that is today. And the closest semblance, I'll give you a bone, Pong. I'll give you the closest semblance is Helldivers 2. But it's not first party. I still give it to Sony. It's still Sony. It's still Sony.
It's as close as you can get. It's as close as you can get. So, I've got a lot to say because none of this affects me. And I had my, obviously, massive amounts of criticism towards this. Is the first generation I don't own a PlayStation for a reason. I'm not that dude. I'm not a fanboy. I don't live in a silo. I game where I want to game and play the games I want to play if I can and if I have access to them. I've said it multiple times. Sony just has not made any game that has made me want to go out and buy. There's games that I want to play on PlayStation, just like there's games that I want to play on Nintendo. I haven't bought anything from Nintendo console-wise for 2 decades. Whatever it's been now, since the Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Longer than that, obviously. Super Nintendo goes back even further than that. 3 decades. I'm old. So they just haven't given me a reason for the first time in generations to go buy their platform in any way, shape, or form. And that's okay. Again, I want Sony to diversify again. I've spoken out about this. I want Sony to try things, right? To Nixie's point, it is money. We've been saying that forever. That's why even when Xbox was making these decisions, I told you all, I don't agree with them, but this is a corporal world now. Like we're done, especially in the AAA space. We're done with this fantasizing about devs. Okay. And I'm done with it. I've been telling you guys this for a long time, right? That this isn't the industry of old. This isn't about, sure, there are plenty of great people making games right now, leading teams, right? Even some of the heads of the companies. Phil, again, I still think at his heart is a gamer through and through. Like I believe that dude. But overall, it's a corporal world. This is hard, cold cash. I've said it a billion times. I will say it a billion times more. They don't give a fuck about our feelings as gamers. It is about the bottom line. But that doesn't make every decision they make right. They are in a speculative industry as well. So you could say, well, they make decisions based upon money. They do this, they do that. That doesn't make them all right because there is no right per se. They can look at all the numbers, all the stats, all the data, and they still screw everything up, as we've seen multiple times. Look at Apex Legends free falling right now. How many games do you have to go through where they were on peak, printing money, and the corpos made decisions and crushed everything? So just because we can say, well, yeah, no, obviously these are all just business decisions. This is all just based on money, right? Gamers couldn't make these decisions. They couldn't make the right call. I think we'd have a pretty good chance at making some pretty damn good calls that probably could make some of these companies a whole lot of fucking money that they refuse to go do. Because I do think common sense goes out the window when you're talking to money men. But when it comes to a gaming initiative for looking towards the future that Sony implemented when it comes to their games as a service, that Jim obviously was the lead dog. This dude made the call that they were going to invest heavily with their first party title or first party dev studios into games as a service. They were going to go out, they were going to acquire some more studios as well. And he wanted 10 to 12 games as a service games. We were here talking about it going, holy shit, like that. Okay, jump all in. He came out flat out in an interview, said, I know if we can get 1 to 2 hits out of that, that'll be pretty successful for us. He thought. They got 1, they got Helldivers 2. But obviously all these decisions now after Jim have got to do with a lot of different things finally becoming clear to Sony. Number one, that they weren't prepared to continue, which is crazy to me because even if you are naive, even if you say, well, we didn't have the experience in this space, the factions excuse that they were going to have a big team continue that game forward and supply content to it. That, excuse me, mismanagement. If that is facts, that you guys didn't realize that a games as a service and what that means being a live game, that you were going to have to support it for a long time and that you're going to have a team do that. And it was going to cost you money to do that. And then, how is that even possible? Again, then I say that specific instance, if you had an actual gamer in the room, would have been like, what are you guys doing here? Are you guys ready to do this? So anyways, to get back to the point at hand, this collapse of the games as a service initiative at this point kind of was inevitable once it started unraveling with Hiroki Totoki in the room. And obviously the big, what feels like the linchpin and what Jeff Grubb was saying the other day, obviously was $400 million, right? Down the drain with Concord. And that was the final straw, right? That broke the camel's back. So are they going to stop all games? No, obviously not. The Horizon one's still going forward. Obviously Fair Games is still, as far as we know, we haven't heard anything in a long ass time, is going forward. So there's going to be a few more games here that do try to come out. But obviously Hiroki said, okay, we need to reevaluate again. Anything that's not looking good, anything we don't think is going to be successful, out of here. but you can't take back the wasted time and resources. And right now, again, look at the console sales. Absolutely. Congratulations, PlayStation. Crushing it. Look at the console sales. Look at the profits. Congratulations, PlayStation. You guys are making a ton of money. That's fantastic, bro. But you're supposed to supply software for those consoles. You've done a great job doing your third-party deals. You've brokered a lot of good deals that have turned out well for you this generation. You've put out some good quality games, but you took studios, some of your prime studios, and even some of your lesser studios that could have been doing other things that would have been more profitable for you at the end of the day, and pulled them off for years and spent money. Some of those studios could continue to work on other projects. They're big enough. Insomniac, again, didn't skip a beat. Obviously, they're still working on their stuff, on their big stuff. Naughty Dog, I think they had a bigger team on that one, but I still think they probably had a side team working on Intergalactica during this time frame while they were working on Factions, obviously. So some of these teams are okay, but you can't take that back. And it would have been better served elsewhere. And a lot of people were standing up at the time. And again, you want to say it's all guesswork. You're absolutely correct. It's all speculation town.
Yeah.
At this point. And it's speculation town for Jim to make the decisions he made at the time that he was going to be able to pull this off with his first party studios and find success that they needed. And again, it is a fact that it is needed. They need extra streams of income to support the first party AAA single player exclusive model that now everybody at Sony has said is not sustainable without help. They backed themselves in the corner with the third parties, relying on the third parties. And when Microsoft gobbled up ABK, we knew that was a point of contention for them.
Yeah.
So this was Jim's move. This was his chess move, a chess move he believed in. The guy who was sitting there greenlighting ideas, the guy who was sitting there reviewing these games in progress was Herman Holst. Herman Holst is now one of a two-headed monster leading PlayStation. He survived Jim being shown the door. He survived Shuhei being demoted down to indies, straight from the horse's mouth, probably because he wanted to push against this move into games as a service. Herman Holst made the calls on these games. Make no mistake, even when Jim was there. Herman Holst was the guy. And again, his track record is not good right now. I don't care who you are. If you want to argue until you're blue in the face, that's fine. His track record is not good. Okay. It's not the same quality level that we saw previous Sony. Okay. They have taken a dip. Still put out a bunch of great games. There's no denying it. But Herman Holst has made some terrible decisions that have put themselves in this position as well. Right. And again, the biggest one being Concord, because he was the one saying this is the future of Sony. And so now you got the ripple effect off of Concord. And again, I won't rehash the Ben studio again. I look at Ben, and even if you want to say it was a financial decision not to do the sequel, okay. Why would you put them on a games as a service? That doesn't make any sense for a studio that's never made one. Again, we've seen this time and time again. Sure, you could try. Again, I believe everybody's got the talent to do it, but my God. But anyways, okay, so you did that. But Bluepoint, why aren't you they're great at remaking games.
Yeah.
Why aren't you having work on that kind of stuff, man? Like they did a fantastic job with Demon Souls. So now the question ends up, what do you do now? Like Steele kind of finished up his wrap up there. Well, you do have to look elsewhere now. And Shuhei kind of alluded to this. And I said this last night. I do believe that this does accelerate their plans on PC. I think we hear about their launcher because I still don't believe they will go day and date on PC without their launcher. I still think they want to, once again, try what everybody else has tried to do, go up against Steam to get the 100% of profits, to not split the profits to anybody else, which is fair. Fine, so be it. I think we hear about their launcher sooner than later. I think they can get that thing rolled out, and I think they start putting their games on PC day and date on their launcher, and then roll them out to Steam, Epic, wherever else, 6 months to a year later, like they currently kind of do. Obviously, I don't believe it's going to work. I believe that will eventually fail, and then they will be forced to bend the knee, and they will start putting their games day and date on Steam and everywhere else because they do need that money up front. Again, that's not fanboyism. That's not anybody talking any bullshit. It's been said by everybody at Sony that this is unsustainable, that their single person exclusives are unsustainable. I think that also, Steel, we are going to see them reorganize and rethink how they make their single player exclusives. I think that the budgets are going to come down. I think the team sizes are going to be reduced. I think they're going to give smaller, still premium, quote unquote, experiences to their customer base. But I think they're going to be smaller experiences at the end of the day. I think they're going to accelerate that plan that we kind of saw with the Internals Insomniac leak was already kind of fermenting in the background with with the next Spider-Man being broken up into 2, potentially 3 parts. I think that's what you're going to see going forward now. They have to adjust. I know. Look at the console sales, right? Look at the profits. I know. That only carries you so far. And this generation is now 3/4 of the way over. Most of the time it'd be halfway over. Right?
Yeah, we're in the back half.
But I'm just saying in general, before we probably see we're the back half for sure. I think it's 3/4 of the way over. For Xbox, it might be even further. They've got to start looking at that future of what they're going to do, because this generation, no matter what, you could say it was a great generation for PlayStation so far. They've put out some good games, but there has been a lot of just third-party deals and remasters, a lot. And it hasn't been their usual output at the end of the day that they've had previously, especially when they actually have more studios. The studios have gotten bigger than they did in the previous gen. It's not the same output. It doesn't even feel quite like the same output if you're honest with yourself. And that is okay. But they're going to have to decide what that's going to look like going into next gen with the PS6 and what they're going to finally do here to make up ground for the fact that they do not have the streams of revenue that they were looking for from some live service games. Now, could change. Fair Games could come out, do extremely well, right? Yeah. Alongside Helldivers 2, right? Yeah. Helldivers 2 could continue. It already is showing. Helldivers 2 has already shown resilience, Steel. That's the thing we always talk about. You can have a great game that serves out the gate. It could drop off the face of the planet real quick, and you make a mistake, and it's over with, and it's done, and shut the doors, and holy shit, wow, what a run. That was like 3 months of greatness. Helldivers 2 had that, but they came back. So they've got the resilience. Helldivers 2 is now an established brand that is doing very well for itself. So Fair Games could come out and do the same thing. The Horizon Battle Royale that's still alive due to Herman Hulse loving Horizon, maybe that shows up and is a Fortnite competitor. Okay, well, that could change the game if they get another big one out the door, right? They could be looking a little bit better at the end of the day for sure. But I think that there is some honest goodness discussion to be had about what this does. The ripple effects don't end just with these 2 cancellations. The ripple effects are going to be felt for a very long time. They could possibly be very gun shy down the road and ever investing in something like this again once they get through this batch of games, unless they do find some success. Like you said, Marathon could come out and crush it. It's a smaller experience than what they've got opportunities to show off here. Yeah. And I think it is an interesting discussion to see what Sony is going to do to make up on the back end, right? Again, they've spread themselves thin elsewhere. VR2 was not a good decision. Shuhei in the interview with Kind of Funny said, let's move on. The instant it was asked, okay? So obviously the VR2 did not hit. They're obviously not going to go into the PS6, I don't think, with VR3. I think that's out the window. So they're gonna obviously not use up some of that over there on a product that just isn't ready. Again, I don't say that VR is dead, but it's just not ready. So they've got some really big decisions coming down the road of how they're going to handle this, especially if they're going to launch this handheld that we've been hearing about as well, right? The handheld space is now jack full, as we know, as we've talked about with Xbox.
A lot of competition to be had.
Tons of competition. Switch 2 is now going to be available. Are they going to start releasing more games on Switch 2 than people think? I think that's a possibility. I'm not saying the whole slate's coming. Okay. Before anybody thinks that I'm saying the whole slate's coming. No. What I'm saying, though, is the Switch 2 to Sony, PlayStation? Again, PlayStation has shown to think that everybody's a competitor at times. Is Switch 2 an honest honest to goodness competitor, or do they look like look at the Switch more like what Xbox does, not to the degree that Xbox does, but more to that degree, that this is just another opportunity to put some of their older first-party titles that have sold as much as they're going to sell on PlayStation, that aren't going to push consoles anymore, and give them a second life. Would Spider-Man 2018 go into Switch 2? Would that diminish anything? That's a question for PlayStation. I don't think so at this point. Maybe PlayStation still thinks that would diminish something. But I still think there's an opportunity for Switch 2 for a lot of these companies to give second life to IPs that have been dead. They're going to print money over there, and a lot of them, if you're putting the right games on the Switch 2. Again, we know that fan base is very particular about their games as well, but they had a whole generation where most third parties missed them. Okay, generation and a half, actually, where most games missed their system. So for those Switch fans, and even for the people who own the other consoles, they may want to play it again on the Switch 2. Like opening that up again and starting to put some games over there might be a viable option for Sony as well. But does that, again, affect their handheld plans? Do they look at that and go, no way, because we're going to have a handheld out there? That's interesting to me as well. So I just think there's a lot going on here. I think that ultimately the biggest loss, I'll end it here still because we've gone long on this topic.
No, you're good. Yeah.
We've done even for us. But I think the ultimate biggest loss, and again, I know it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I know it's second guessing, right? I know all that. But that's kind of what you do when you look at these scenarios. I think the biggest loss that really nobody's talking about is the demotion of Shuhei Yoshida and the effect that it had internally, potentially, on the devs. Shuhei was the dude. Okay, go back and listen to Corey Barlog's interview where he talks about Shuhei showing up and telling him that the God of War presentation 2018 was the worst presentation he'd probably ever seen, and what that meant to Corey, and how Corey was scared. Go listen to the stories of the devs of what Shuhei did when he walked in those studios with ultimate respect. Yes, the dude is the biggest smile, most passionate dude, one of the most passionate guys in this industry, loves this industry, loves devs, loves games, loves all of it. But man, was he the big stick. People planned for his showing up throughout the development cycle. It was
means a lot, tells a lot.
It was an anxiety point. They wanted to impress Shuhei. Right? That kind of respect is earned. It's not just given, right? It's earned. And Shuhei's track record, when he was doing more of that with their first party studios, pretty damn good. Now there was other people involved, but my God, you can go back and kind of look and go, holy shit. The biggest loss was in all of this was Sony demoting him down because he was ready or already did voice, and we speculated on this. You guys go back and listen to the show. We did speculate on this, that he did push back against this new initiative of games as a service, and he didn't fully believe in it at all, and he admits it. I think that's the biggest loss here to PlayStation. I think that we might not even be talking about Shuhei retiring from PlayStation, leaving PlayStation right now, had he been able to keep his role, because that's one of the things he kind of mentioned in the interviews, and Mav and I talked about this, and Mav brought this up as his point about the interview with Shuhei. Shuhei admitted that running the indies, he loves the indie scene and all that kind of stuff, but he couldn't be the old Shuhei. You can't go in, Mav and I were joking about this. You're not going to go into an indie studio and crush them and go, this is the most bullshit game presentation I've ever seen. No wonder why you're an indie.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
You're never going to be anything. You can't do that. You can't you can't go with the same big stick to these indies who are just starting in the industry or are small for a reason, like a single developer. You should probably have about 20 more people to get this thing right. You can't do that as Shuhei, right? So and he said that it wasn't the same. We might not be talking about him leaving, right? He might still be making good decisions within PlayStation and helping the first party studios be in line, even if they had made some pushes into games as a service a little bit, even if they had scaled back and Shuhei stuck around, maybe he would be helping them get back on track and figuring out projects quickly and getting everybody on board and ready to rock and roll again. There's just a lot there, but I think Shuhei was probably one of the biggest losses out of this whole thing, outside of obviously the monetary, the time, and the resources that the devs spent experimenting. I think Shuhei being bumped down is the biggest loss right here for PlayStation, in my opinion.
It definitely is. I was just debating where I wanted to go from there, because that was a marvelous conversation, went a lot of different angles. I am going to say we're going to need to start winding things down. I can just feel that I'm going to need it here soon, ladies and gentlemen, and I need to actually get something to eat as well. It's been a interesting morning for sure, but there's neither here or there. What we'll do, we'll fly through a few more of these things here just so I can eat and then get rested up for later on. The first being Nintendo. Nintendo ended up releasing the preview for the Nintendo Switch 2 officially. Show stuff. This was, I'm not gonna say it was unexpected, because people had been hinting that this was coming. This was on the horizon. I don't have much to say about the Switch 2, but it's more than likely going to get copped. Mainly because Nintendo has become a family home device for me. My kids play on the Nintendo Switch. They both really love Mario Kart a lot, as an example. That was one of the games that they teased here as well, was the new Mario Kart, potentially. At least that's what people are assuming that it was. I need to find out more for me personally about the performance side of things, what it's truly going to be, how much I want it to be, at least twice of an upgrade over the OG Switch. Personally, I have been someone who has not used the Switch very much at all in its entire lifespan. The most that I've used it was when Scarlet came out, Pokemon Scarlet. Played that to full completion. Played a little bit in co-op with my brother, and it did give me some teases of what I've always wanted from Nintendo. They also pretty much confirmed that there is going to be backwards compatibility for the Nintendo Switch. Still going to use cartridges. So the majority of the games going from Switch 1 to 2 are going to be playable. But again, I need to see more from it. Although I'm probably going to end up getting one, I want to see more from it, more so from my personal curiosity, because I still don't think, as of today, Nintendo's going to release a game that I personally need or want. There's a couple of them that are out there, but to be quite frank with you, I would rather be able to play them in their best light. And I want to continue to speak out for Nintendo, or to Nintendo, in a way that I want Nintendo to eventually be able to bring their games to PC in some way, shape, or form. Will that be something that they ever do? Probably not. But I want them to do that to benefit me as a gamer. Sure, people always say, well, go wherever the games are. I am just not that person. I will skip over it. I don't need to play it right now. I have come to find out that a lot of these games just end up being better later anyway. So for my family, I think the Switch 2 is going to be interesting. I do think it's also going to be interesting as far as to see how people adapt to the Switch 2, right? And knowing that it is backwards compatible. How long are they going to continue making Switch 1 games? And how compatible is Switch 1 going to be with Switch 2? Right? Is this going to be a generational leap for them? Is this going to be a situation to where you're going to get games that are released specifically for the Switch 2, and then it'll just be able to play all your Switch 1 games, but your Switch 1 can't play Switch 2 games? I can see them going that direction. I also see them going in the direction of not giving you an upgrade path for your games if there is any benefits to performance, or to an example, for like Tears of the Kingdom. Is the Switch 2 going to play Tears of the Kingdom at a better resolution and frame rate? I don't think a higher resolution is a good enough of an answer, personally. I think games like that deserve to be 60 FPS. I think that's the only way that it needs to be played. And I do think 60 FPS is the way of the future. I don't care what device you are. Point blank, period. And if the Switch 2 is going to be another 30 FPS console for the certain games that I would like to play on it, I don't have interest in it for myself. But Paul, is there anything that you would like to mention as far as the Switch 2 announcement went this week? I think I heard a little bit that you definitely are interested, especially with hearing the backwards compatibility.
Yep.
But any other additional thoughts about Switch 2 and kind of how you feel about it?
I mean, I love the presentation. I don't like the 3 months in between. I was kind of with everybody on that after we waited so long to see it. But, I still like the presentation. I like that they got rid of the toyish look with the colors. I love the black look. I know people were complaining about that. Like I asked on PM and the PM, why do you Nintendo people need everything to look like a fucking toy? I like the adult look to it. Mm-hmm. You guys can go get skins, whatever else you want to pretty it up. They'll be out there for this thing. I love what they've done with it. The backwards compatibility was the one selling point. I got to hear what games aren't going to be backwards compatible. I'm not totally sold that Nintendo's not going to try to finesse some stuff because they are known to do that as well, but we shall see. But like I said, I won't be buying it day one this year. Way too much going on. Next year when I get settled in and stuff, this is something I want to budget in. And I do want to get a Switch 2 because not for the first party. You're not going to see me even when I get the Switch 2. I've told you guys all. Some of you don't believe, but you guys will see. I'm not going to suddenly play Mario. I'm not going to suddenly play Zelda. I really could care freaking less about any of those IP. I don't. But, the RPGs that I missed out on, Fire Emblem, Xenogears, or Xenoblade, I should say. Monolith South is Soft. Excuse me, I always say South. Soft is currently working on 2 new RPGs. They're the makers of Xenoblade. 2 RPGs for Switch. So for Nintendo. So yeah, I'm excited to get back to those that I missed out on. So yeah, I will get this. It will be docked 95% of the time. I doubt, unless a situation dictates that I'm actually going to play it for some reason, it will be docked 90% of the time. But yeah, no, they got me because it's backwards compatible. So as long as that plays out and they're not trying to pull any funny business, I'm good. It'll be my first Nintendo hardware that I've actually owned myself. Again, my kids have certainly owned Nintendo hardware in the past, but I haven't owned anything Nintendo since Super Nintendo. So this will be my first one. They've got me. So again, this is assuming, Steel, that they've got it correct on the big screen, right? That when it is docked, it does look good on the big screen, that the DLSS is working the way it should. Now, if it comes out, it's all still fuzzy and it looks like shit. Well, no, because I'm going to play it docked. I'm not going to get it, right? But right now, just the way that everybody's talking about everything, yeah, I'm excited for it. And I'm excited to see their full announcement in April. I'm excited to see what third parties are going to show up with support. I will be picking up games like Metroid Prime 4. I've been looking forward to that one. So that is something I'm looking forward to. I'd love to see them bring back like Star Fox. I would love to see that.
Star Fox would be cool.
Bro, that would be so dope. But just again, I'm excited because I love hardware. Even if it's not like my most hyped time ever, I still love to see what everybody's bringing to the table, and I love new hardware showing up to see what it can do. And this time, Nintendo's finally got me interested after all these decades. So I gotta say, hats off to them. But looking forward to the reveal in April. April 2nd is the actual reveal date. So I'll be watching.
And just to let you guys know, I know you're curious. Switch 2 is not going to play GTA.
I think Strauss is getting it on there, brother.
I don't think it's going to.
Bro, it might be streamed. It might be cloud based.
I mean, I can see that. That's different.
But it doesn't matter.
That's different. That's through cloud though. That's different. It's not. I'll correct. It's not going to be natively on that device.
Is what I'm going to say. Rockstar geniuses, bro. They got Red Dead Redemption 2 to play on the base Xbox One, bro. Come on. The VCR. Come on, man. One of the most technically advanced, most impressive looking games still to this day. I'm not going to doubt Rockstar, man. I'm not, especially when it comes to
I'm going to doubt
an
Nintendo.
opportunity to put their game. It might be 200p upscaled to 480p DLSS, but it'll be there in some way, shape, or form.
I can see it through cloud. I don't see it natively. Nowhere close.
All right, we're gonna watch it. See, it's gonna be fun, man. Because they're gonna try. They're not.
I think they should try with Red Dead first. If they do it, I'd suggest to Jesse's point. I think they should try it with Red Dead 2 first. If they did it that way, and then see if they're able to get Red Dead 2 on there. I don't know. It also depends on how impressive GTA 6 actually is. So, and I mean, again, it already looks like a leap if it truly is what it was.
It will be.
So, let's see. Trying to see if anybody else said anything in there. It's gonna look like MK did on Switch. Yeah, MK looked fucking insane on Switch. That was
horrible.
Yeah, that was absolutely terrible. That was.
Oh yeah, but they got it to work, didn't they?
I mean, they got it to work, but it also got clowned on.
Right.
I'm trying to see what anybody else said. Oh yeah, Jesse James mentioned, will it stop at 60 FPS or will people start crying for 120? For me, Jesse, I just need to stop at 60. It can stop at 60. I just need us to get off of 30 because gameplay wise, feeling wise, 60 is more important than anything else. I just need us to get away from 30. I can stop.
120 shooters 60. Is great though. 120 shooters is great. But you can feel the difference in shooters at 120.
Yeah. Crow says, still read my comment on remaster pricing. What do you mean? What was your comment about remaster pricing? Let me see, Crow, what you say. Where was that at? Go ahead and post it back in the chat again. Cause I definitely don't see that, but, we'll see. We'll definitely see what ends up happening. But yeah, no, my main focus is 60 FPS. I just need games to be 60. I don't care about any other extra shit. Just we need to get away from 30. I'm telling you, that's the first bar that we need to meet, and then from there we'll be all right. All right. Other than that, I can go down. It's not much else that I really wanted to go kind of over there. Outside of, according to the information, Satya Nadella faced the choice to wind down Xbox in 2021. I felt like we talked about this before, how close Xbox was to closing down. Sure, this gives us additional information and everything, but they hope the ABK acquisition would bring more devs to Azure, including Activision, which is still not the case post-acquisition. They also target 100 million Game Pass subs by 2030. Got 5 years to see what's going to end up happening. They got a lot to show. And far as bringing more devs to Azure through ABK, they still need to get settled in with that stuff, man. The upcoming Oblivion remake is completely remade in UE5 by Virtuos. The rework, the stamina, sneak, blocking, archery, hit reaction HUD, and it could release in June. That is also via Nate the Hate, who Nate the Hate got the stuff about the Switch right. So he's been getting feeling quite vindicated, I would say, here as of late.
He should. Yeah.
According to Windows Central, the fourth game at the Xbox Dev Direct is a new entry in a legendary Japanese IP, which has decades of history.
Lots of hints out there. I'm not going to spoil it, Steel's ass, but lots of hints out there of what that's.
Yeah, my only thought when this was originally brought up, I don't know if anybody else is talking about this, but I could pull up DMs where this was like literally the first thing that I said was Ninja Gaiden. I more so felt that way, and this was actually even before the games came to Game Pass, because also the Ninja Gaiden trilogy is on Game Pass now. Like, you can go download it right now.
Oh, Team Ninja threw it out there too. So,
and Team Ninja still hasn't released Rise of Ronin on any other platform other than PlayStation. So maybe they've been busy working on a separate game.
One of the guesses, not the one I want. So because Itagaki's not there. So I'm not going to hold my breath on it. I'm curious to see if they ever were to show up, but Itagaki not being there.
What if Xbox brings back Tenchu? Or no, we already have Tenchu. Or we already have no, that's not Tenchu, that's Onimusha I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
That
they
was
sold
recently
Tenchu
teased.
to FromSoft. That's what became Sekiro.
Hey man, FromSoft said they got a little side project.
Yeah, right.
Nah. The mystery game is Crackdown 4. It's Dead or Alive. That's the hidden game.
Did I say Timja? What goes with? Did I say Timja?
You know what it meant? Team Ninja.
Team Ninja.
You know what it meant?
Maybe I was thinking of like the abbreviation or whatever in my head for some reason. Whatever. I'm old. Whatever. Team Ninja. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Timja. Okay.
Crow said Nintendo's going to charge $60 for all remastered upgrades. I hope not.
Hey, Decado, if it wound up being DOA, beach volleyball, bro, that would be life. Can you imagine if that was on the stage during the Dev Direct deal? Comeback.
That would be so fucking hilarious.
It was exclusive to Xbox at one point.
That would be so hilarious to me. That would like completely like go against what Microsoft is like trying to do right now.
If Phil thinks like everything, like it'd be amazing though. If they totally did a total 180 and they just freaking put it up there.
I think it'll be hilarious. I do think it would be hilarious.
Looks like First Descendant straight out the gate.
That would be funny. Other than that, apparently Microsoft did a little bit more layoffs there as well. Again, can't ever excuse that. Other than that, that's pretty much all that I had personally. Yeah, everything else is pretty much solid. The only thing that kind of grinded my gears was seeing Nintendo possibly charging more for upgrades. I just think that things do need to become more PC-like in that way. When you have an upgrade of hardware, why am I paying for an additional cost for my game to run better? I don't get the concept behind that. That's why I'm 100% behind all games. You having one version of a game that can be scaled up or down depending on whatever version of hardware that you have. I think that's the best way to do it. It's how it works on PC. Just because I get a stronger video card or I get a better video card, I like using that term more. Just because I get a better video card or I get a better processor doesn't mean that I need to pay $10 to upgrade all of my games. That's just not how that works. I get that it's different. I just don't think that is a way that these companies should be raking their consumers over the coal. I'm already investing into the hardware. Just give me a fucking some bang for my buck. Just allow me to upgrade my software. I've already paid for it once. At least give me a benefit. Like, goddamn, if I'm going to go out and buy a PlayStation 5 Pro, let my 2018 version of God of War be up-res to whatever it needs to be up-res. I don't need to pay $10 for it to get the better version. I hope Nintendo doesn't do that either. I would completely be against them doing that as well. Just think that shit is dumb. I just think it's dumb. Crow says, how does Xbox do backwards compat? Can you play 360 games at a better frame rate still? I think, they have...
Yeah, they got the boost.
Yeah, they got the frame boost.
Not every game.
All games, yeah. But
no, because it breaks some of the games. They actually had to go back and test all the games. That's what Jason Ronald and his team did when they first did that. Because they actually have to test it because the games back then, some of them were locked to the frame rate. Again, I'm not the tech guy, but I know a little bit. They were locked to the graphics themselves were locked to the frame rate. So if you boosted them, they'd break everything. So they had to go back and test. That's why you don't see everything boosted. But the ones that worked, because they have to go through and test the entire game. They'd have to play the entire game to make sure nothing, like it wouldn't just crash the game at some point and not allow you to finish the game. So that's why they did all that, and then they ended the program. They said there was no more games, and they actually decided to go and get permission from all the devs and publishers that they could to do that as well. So that was another whole long process as well. Thinking that maybe there's potential that some of that comes back again with the next gen hardware. If AI can do something different, maybe down the road we see some more improved, but 360, that program was beautiful, man. Some of those games are a totally different experience now. Totally.
Yeah, and I'm not even as much concerned with those older games. I just mean moving forward, that should be the bar.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
I think it's going to be more like that. We were talking about that last night with Xbox's next gen. If it is this hybrid system, because we were talking about all the games that might be coming out this year, there's still people on this. Gears E-Day is this year still. Like they're like legit. Like
that would be insane if that ends up happening.
I mean, that would be insane. But what I asked everybody last night was, well, if they're going to do this hybrid system, and basically it's going to be an enthusiast machine. We know that. It's going to be a hybrid system. It's going to have AI chips in it beyond what they've currently got, all that good stuff. It's going to have all the bells and whistles. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Steel, they're going to blur that line between PC and console. So what you're really going to be doing is buying it up at, again, base level, upgraded GPU and CPU like you would with your PC. So all the games you just bought in 2025 or played in 2025, like Gears E-Day, you fire up the new machine, they're just going to be there. And they're just going to play better. And you're probably going to have more settings like we do on PC where you can adjust all the graphics. And they're just going to be that much more beautiful. So does it really matter if you have a launch lineup or not? Like, does it really matter? Like, that was back in the day when you actually had generational leaps, when you had new hardware that was completely, in most cases, different than the last gen of hardware. And you want to showcase that new hardware. This, like we've talked about, Steel, it's going to be visual upgrades. It's gonna be everything we see on the PC side. So is it really going to matter when they launch these things? Probably not, because they're going to be able to go, here's Gears E-Day that you've been playing for the past year, but look at it now on your new system. And it's just going to be there. You're not going to have to rebuy it. It's going to be a part of your library. Everything is going to be playable forward. We're in a different world now, Steel. So,
well, it didn't crash, but it just disconnected. So there's that. And now it's back.
Doing that to Mav. Doing that to Mav too.
Yeah. Sorry about the disconnect and reconnect, guys. But as far as Nintendo and them working with other IP, I would love to see other people, cool people in. Again, they were doing it with Smash Brothers, right? They got Banjo in there. They got Steve from Minecraft in there. They got, they're mixing it up in there. But along with a bunch of other characters, Captain Falcon continuing. I think they should do some of the same things with a kart racer as well, with Mario Kart. I just want to see Mario Kart go for like a Mario Kart online kind of thing, where you can be out driving with your friends, and I don't know. That's kind of what I would like to see the direction. So I think it'd be cool though.
I just want to see some small deals cut with Nintendo. Nintendo's not going to change who they are when it comes to partnering. And we're in a different world, so does it really matter? No, but I think there are, some small deals you can cut, not Nintendo IPs, to come back to Xbox. I've talked about this many times, Steel, but I think this really does open up an opportunity because we know Xbox is going to be supporting them massively. There's already word that they're going to have a ton of games ready for Switch 2 or in development for Switch 2 when it's announced. Marvel Ultimate Alliance, that number 3 is exclusive to Switch. Bayonetta,
that'd be cool. Yeah,
exclusive to Switch.
I need a Bayonetta trilogy. I need a Bayonetta trilogy. 100%.
That's what I'm saying. Ask Nintendo to open it up, co-publish it, whatever the hell you want. Like, I don't understand.
That would make them so much fucking money if they did a trilogy. So much money. Remastered Bayonetta trilogy right now.
Yes,
Jesus
right.
Christ.
Again, I just think those kind of opportunities, I would love to know if they ever talk about them with Nintendo, because Nintendo IP, I get. No, we're never going to, it's going to be a cold day in hell when we see Mario over on Xbox. Okay. Unless shit really hits the fan or changes dramatically.
Yeah. 100%. Well, OBS disconnected again, but now it's reconnected. So there is that. Yeah, we're dropping frames, Crow. I don't know why. I just decided that it wants to drop frames all of a sudden. Yeah, Nixie, it's freezing and whatnot. Hey, try to work with us. If you guys are still here, I appreciate you rocking. But we are going to start winding down the show there. I need to eat and go ahead and get some rest and lay down. It's been an interesting bit here. So nonetheless, I would like to see Mario Kart take a page out of Forza Horizon book. I would like to see something like that. I think that would be cool. Go through the different Nintendo worlds, expand them out, have a Bowser world, have a Mario, just different stuff that you could do with that. I think they could do that with all their Nintendo IP, and I think that would be super fire. So Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I want to thank you all for coming out this week, chopping it up with us, enjoying the passionate conversation, some of the Sony heat that we came in with today. Hopefully all the perspectives made sense. Hopefully, you liked my earlier question about why second and third party seemingly can do what first party can't. And again, it was just more so an open question that I randomly thought about, and maybe it was dumb. Maybe it wasn't. Thought it was cool to ask regardless, but greatly appreciate everybody for coming through. You can follow me, Steel Rain, no longer with the eyes. The T is a 7. Type it in Google. You'll probably find all my information. It's probably still going to come up with the eyes and everything, so stay on the lookout for that. I am going to start building out my new personal channel, and at some point when things get to some form of normal, I guess we'll find out when that'll be. But it should be coming. Monster Hunter Wilds is definitely, hopefully, going to be a start for me on that, and with everything that's going on around me, we'll see how those things go. But I definitely want to hammer it in with that. And other than that, every Saturday morning right here on Living Split Screen, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time, we'll be right here and locked in with Living Split Screen in another fantastic episode. Paul, where can the beautiful people find you? Great episode today, brother. And yeah, man, much love.
As always, fantastic conversation, Steel. You came in hot, ready to rock and roll, brother, and I love it. I love it, man. I get to sit back and chill out for a bit and get ready how I'm going to respond to Nixie's comments all the damn time. So, and until proven otherwise, Nixie, Nixie, all love, but you are you guys. Okay, you are you guys. So enjoy it. So, anyways, I love you all. I love you all. Nixie's been around so damn long, bro. I think sometimes it's like even though we've never met, never even talked to him like live anywhere, it's funny as hell because we've got that level of relationship where we kind of just go at it as friends. Like we've been hanging around each other for so damn long because he's been here so many Saturdays with us. So, but appreciate every single one of you, all of you that came out today. New faces, of course, Gaming Circle podcast not happening. Shout out to the bros over there. It helps because people stop on by because, we're the other show in the morning too. So I hope you all enjoyed it. Great to see Paris jumping in and Doc Dark jumping in and everybody stopping on by and hearing us out for a bit. So love you all. Without you guys, we ain't nothing. So just two dudes gaming and talking. That's all it is. So, but thank you for being here. Much love. You guys know how to find me, Pong Soul, everywhere. Xbox, X formerly known as Twitter, Steam, GOG, Epic. Follow me. I'll follow you back. Tonight, no shot podcast yet, but keep your eyes and ears open. PTK said we will be coming back at some point, so that announcement will be made, and we will come out of hibernation at some point. So enjoy your Saturday evening. Tomorrow, however, I do have the extra show. I did sign up for an extra show this week with going back. I was just there like I don't remember what the date was. A few weeks ago, was it? A couple weeks? I lose track of time now. But Gamers Council, I will be over there with Web Dave, Hargeet, the one and only Epic Treasure. That's right. ET will be there tonight. My first time being able to do a show with her. So we're going to have a good time. That will be Sunday. Again, what time is that? Guy? I always forget the time. But anyways, keep your eyes and ears open for it. We'll be posting it. Yeah, Gamers Council on Sunday. We're going to have some good conversation there. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boom. Stick is the man 5 days a week, but you got to check out Xbox Factor podcast every Tuesday. Lead up into the developer direct. Obviously, Boom will have a lot of conversations next week about what the developer direct is probably going to have. There'll probably be more news flying next week as well. If this week is any indication, we are officially out of holiday season. So join the Xbox Factor podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time next Tuesday for all good things green. My week will start again, God willing, Thursday, the developer direct day. I will not be joining Mav for his co-stream. I do have to work this week. Blew my plans completely out of the water. But I will be there that night for episode PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM, as always, Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. We have been starting late Next week should not be a late start, but we are going to cover everything at the Developer Direct. Obviously, that's going to be the topic. Again, if there's some other big news, we'll touch on that as well. But join me and Mav as we go every Thursday night for that. And then, of course, Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate back on the Fun Speculation Network. Had a huge panel last night. Dirt Griggity came on through.
Yeah,
it was great to talk to Dirt, man. It's been a long ass time. It was a perfect week for Dirt because Matt kind of went off our normal and we did dive into PlayStation shit, right? So that normally we don't do that on Xbox Ultimate because it is an Xbox show, but obviously Dirt on there. It was a fun time. 3-bit roll through. Jasper's back. He's actually got internet now from his undisclosed location in the mountains of Colorado. So in between fighting off UFO invasions, he is also going to be showing up on more shows again, which is awesome. So he was there last night. Yeah, buddy. And of course, me, Mav, and Fuzzy also were there last night. So go check that episode out. It was awesome. We had a good time last night. But that happens every Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time on the Fun Speculation Network. And then I'll be back here with my brother next week as long as we're both still doing good, living split screen every Saturday. So you know what? It's the golden age of gaming, people. It truly, truly is. So get out there, play what you love what you play. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend and start to your week. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, I want to say thank you for coming out once again. Y'all be safe, and we will catch you.
Tim the Sorcerer, a member for 17 months, says till next time. Thank you, Tim, member for 17 months. Appreciate you, brother, rolling in late.
Appreciate you throwing that in there, Tim. Much love to you. Y'all, you be safe. And we'll catch y'all, man. Much love.
Yeah.
Peace.
Later, all.
Just one.